Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2021 USBC Masters taking place at the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. My name is Aaron Smith, and we are ready to get underway here. This is going to be essentially our last live stream. We're going to keep the cameras rolling now until we get down to the final 5 competitors this week who will advance to tomorrow's stepladder finals, which will air live on FS1, Fox Sports 1, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. local time out there on the West Coast. As we mentioned, 16 players left in the field, but only 4 of them in the winner's bracket. And the winners of those matches in this round right here, live on Bowl TV, are going to have a guaranteed spot on the FS1 show tomorrow. They'll battle in the next round for the top overall seed. So right now, 2 humongous matchups. Thomas Larson taking on Sam Cooley for the right side of the bracket, and then the blockbuster, the 18-year-old Spencer Robarch taking on Jesper Svensson for a spot on TV. It's incredible. We're going to go to that match right now as we settle in. We're going to have a handful of folks join us throughout the course of the day, but they're wrapping up practice. The elimination bracket is absolutely stacked with talent as well, but let's go to the lanes right now for the final few shots here. Jesper and Spencer. The interesting thing for both of them is that this will be the first time they'll see the transition from another player on the left side of the lanes. Each of their matches so far have been against right-handers, so they've had the left side all to themselves. So we're expecting urethane. Potentially similar angles. We saw Jesper get a little bit farther right in his last matchup against EJ Tackett. But we'll see if the strategy changes with Spencer joining him. Once again, 18 years old for Spencer. Has had plenty of success on the national level. Starting in 2015, winning the U12 Junior Gold Championship. Multiple wins at the USA Bowling National Championships. Always in the winner's circle at the Storm Youth Championships, and recently the PBA Junior National Show, taking home the victory there. But just a couple seconds left before we get underway. So, folks, it's going to be something else. Taking a look at the elimination bracket, 12 players still remain. Some premier matchups and players waiting in the wings as well. Francois Lavoie is taking on Anthony Simonson on 53 and 54. Kyle Troop against Chris Vi on 49 and 50. Michael Holloman, the 2019 runner-up, taking on Tim Foy Jr. And then Jason Belmonte continuing to work his way through. He's already won, count it, 1, 2, 3, 4 matches after losing in the first round. He's taking on Jason Sterner. The winner of that match will take on Zeke Bate. The winner of the Holloman-Foy match will take on EJ Tackett. The winner of the Troop-Vi match will take on Stu Williams. And the winner of Francois Lavoie and Anthony Simonson will take on Chris Barnes. For the players who lose in the winner's bracket this round, they will be seeded into our final round of the night, the 4-player for 3 spot match for the 3, 4, and 5 seed on the show. So, not only paramount to earn your spot on the show and guarantee it, but you potentially risk falling into that unlucky spot of being the 6th person overall and being the first one off the show. And folks, as we promised, right now, every pair is available. We actually, we had been streaming 8 additional channels along with the commentary channel. And there are 2 pairs that are not going to be used anymore. So you may have noticed there are a few less live streams up at the moment, a few less channels. We are showing everything right now here on BowlTV.com. If you still enjoy live scoring, that's also available. We'll put that in the chat. But let's settle in for 3 great games, total pinfall, to determine who's making the show. Let's get it. Have to say, we haven't seen pins dance like that quite too often this week, and that was just vicious. A vicious start there for Jesper. Folks, I know we talked a little bit about it earlier in the day, but we have 2 more giveaways before we're all said and done here on Bowl TV on this Saturday. And I'm feeling generous. I'm ready to get them going early. So 5th frame of this match, we'll be giving away Ultimate Ears speakers to one lucky Bull TV viewer. And I feel this is a great opportunity as we settle in here. We know we've had multiple options to pick up a subscription here this week to watch the Masters, whether it's an event ticket for the event specifically. You could pick up a double promo, pick up both events for the Masters and U.S. Open. Of course, we always have our monthly recurring and annual recurring subscriptions. But for the folks who picked up the Masters Pass, starting later tonight into tomorrow, the U.S. Open Pass will become available. That will be $8.95 plus transaction fees. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you have a Masters event pass, you bought it for just this event, you want to watch the U.S. Open, pick up a monthly recurring subscription. For $1 more, that will get you not only through the rest of the month, which will take you to the sectionals coming up for the Intercollegiate Team Championships, April 16th through the 18th, but that will get you to the start of the PWBA Tour. The second part of the season kicks off April 22nd in Eagan, Minnesota, just outside Minneapolis. And since we're already into April, that'll get you to the next event too. So the first 2 events of the PWBA Tour after the relaunch in January, get all that for $9.95. You get access to the whole site, archived events, on-demand video, historical, backstage stuff. We got coaching, a little bit of everything for you. So that monthly subscription looking really good. If you want to go long-term, $79.95 annual subscription gets you the rest of the PWBA Tour, gets you the Junior Gold Championships, gets you the ITCs and ISCs, the top senior events, Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic, and of course, later in the year, the Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series coming back. So putting that out there, those options available. Once we put that U.S. Open pass up there, we certainly encourage you to do that if you want to go that route. But just want to let you know why those other deals are so good. All right, that giveaway just a couple of shots away here, but let's bring in the Bowl TV team here for the rest of the way out. Matt Canizaro going to be joining the stream. Jason Thomas will be back in a little bit. And Mike Flanagan, Inside Bowling's Mike Flanagan coming back. The vlog, phenomenal. Gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Doing very well, Mr. Smith. Glad to be back.
I can just say that it's an absolute honor and privilege to even be here and be part of this broadcast today. These matches that have shaken out here after 200 competitors took to the lanes, we're down to a total of 16, I believe it is now. I missed this morning's block, but I did get a chance to tune in. what an amazing morning of bowling. It's just a privilege to be here with you guys. And did you say that you're giving away like magical ears in a little bit? Is that what that is?
They're so magical that they're ultimate.
Ultimate ears. That's
ultimate
what it was.
ears. In just a couple of minutes, folks, here on Bowl TV.
Hey guys, like I said, I wasn't here this morning. I had another assignment, another commitment I had to get to. But how great is this Spencer Robarge? I mean, everybody's heard about this young youth talent from Missouri. Happens to be the same state I'm from as well. But just what a nice kid, and what a great bowler.
He's phenomenal, Mike. It's been so fun to watch his journey. I posted on my Twitter page a picture of him winning junior gold at 12 years old, braces and all. And like, this is the guy who gets to take on Jesper Svensson next for a chance to be on TV for the Masters. And that was just 6 years ago. He was 12, 6 years ago.
It's almost it's eerily similar to what happened at the PWBA Kickoff Classic with Jillian Martin making such a splash. I know there were more events and this is just one, but I'm kind of feeling the same thing. And it's ironic that they bowled each other on a telecast recently on Fox. You know, we do talk a lot about the youth here, and we like to talk about the newcomers, and we've certainly highlighted the legends as well. But you know, there are some players that are left in here, and of course we talk about them as well. But we've got the creme de la creme. We got the cream, so to speak, that rises to the top. With Jesper Svensson, EJ Tackett still left, Kyle Troop, and Jason Belmonte.
With that strike, we have completed the fifth frame, folks. So it's going to be giveaway time. We're getting one out of the way early here to one lucky Bowl TV subscriber. Chance to take home Ultimate Ears speakers. All you're going to have to do once we prompt it is you'll see a countdown in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. We'll count down for about 60 seconds. Then there'll be another prompt. They'll say the giveaway has begun. It'll say submit entry, and then you're good to go. You are ready to party with us and potentially take home this giveaway. So if you're watching in full screen, you might want to take it out, see the chat, see all that stuff. But now is the time, giveaway time. Let's get it going.
That hit from Jesper right there almost looks like a right-handed rack because the 10 fell late on a pocket hit. That was pretty unique right there.
Sometimes you just need to take a hit. 6 for 6.
Yeah, little right at target there. I see JT down there fixing the scoreboard, getting a little bit nicer looking for us. But yeah, you know, Spencer's misses inside have either gone Brooklyn or he's been able to break up splits quite a bit, at least from everything I saw leading up until today. He's certainly getting some breaks, but when you're playing the lanes the right way, it's not that you get breaks. You kind of set yourself up to be able to receive them by your lane play strategy and your attack. We've also seen Chris Barnes got some breaks to lead him to where he is so far in this event. And that's what happens when you play him the right way. The right bowling ball in your hands and the right part of the lane. See right there, that's what I'm talking about. You know, single pin spare on an errant shot, not paying a big penalty or a big price for that. Has anybody talked to Spencer to find out if there's any inspiration from Jesper, both being two-handed lefties and both throwing primarily Storm bowling products?
We had not. We did ask him a little bit about this matchup, knowing that this was the first time he was going to see another left-hander on a pair, and he thought Jesper probably be a little bit to the right of him based off of some of the things Jesper had been doing in the previous match.
Spencer's bowled a lot of events where he's been under an extreme amount of pressure, especially with bowling on television. But it wouldn't surprise me if this is one of those moments where some nerves could come out if they're ever going to. He knows he's in the winner's bracket. He's part of the featured matchup, and he's bowling arguably one of the top 2 guys on his side of the lane in the world.
After this shot from Jesper, 10 back, we'll bring in the 4th member of our broadcast team, Jason Thomas. There he is, JT.
Yeah, thank you. You guys talking about maybe Spencer's going to have some nerves here, but I try to put myself in his shoes when I was 18. He's 18, right? Just turned 18, and my idol was Pete Weber. The great Pete Weber. And I try to think of myself at 18 bowling in the Masters with one game to go to lock up a spot in the TV show and starting with the front 6 at him. And I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening. It's just remarkable. And Jesper is Spencer's guy. He's basically the guy he looks up to. He looks up to a lot of guys, but Jesper is the one that he's has been interested in the most these last few years, and now he's bowling him for a guaranteed spot on television on Fox Sports 1, and he starts the match with the front 6.
Now I got to ask this question. I don't know if you guys know the answer or not, but if Spencer's going to receive prize money this week. Is it cash dollars, or is it in the form of smart scholarships?
I would imagine still smart scholarships, but not 100% sure.
That's a good question, isn't it, guys?
Very.
I'll try to get an answer on that. I always wonder about that with the youth bowlers that participate and have these really big runs in these events, because a lot of the players are out there trying to make a living. This kid here is just living out a dream.
Mike, I would imagine in order to be eligible for other youth events like the Storm Youth Championships and all the other things Spencer does to stay busy, that the Rule 400 and the scholarship deal will come into play, similar to what we experienced with Jillian Martin at the PWBA. And for many years now, these players getting to test the waters a little bit as youth bowlers, but still maintain that eligibility.
JT and Aaron, I won the bet. I could get Kent Nazaro to come on and spit some knowledge within the first game.
Speaking of bets, whose pick was Spencer Robarge?
JT's. JT, both of your horses still in the race here.
Clean sweep.
Now, I didn't want to tell you guys this, but last night I did get some printouts at the hotel about 1 a.m. And I went downstairs and I had to seek out a business center. And I went down there and JT was at the roulette wheel. And he had this huge stack of $25 chips on 32 red. And it came up 5 times in a row. This man has never been so right in his life. And if you believe that, go back to April Fool's Day, which was just this week, by the way.
It's funny you should mention that. I was actually having a conversation with Francois Lavoie before the start of this match, and we were talking about the merits of roulette. And I explained to him that because he says the roulette is his game, and he always wins. And so I said, if you were to spin a roulette wheel for eternity, you would lose a nickel per spin. But it's still the best game to play in terms of odds.
especially if you find a single zero wheel.
Y'all haven't lived until you sat at a Pygo table for about 5 hours. So the key to a good time in Reno.
There's a little known fact about Aaron Smith. Prior to his time at USBC, do you know that he was a blackjack dealer?
No. Let's make a correction here. It was during his time. He thought that there was greener pastures out there beyond working with me at the Open Championships and the Women's Championships. So he decided to go on hiatus for a year and quickly learned that that there's nothing better. There's no better bet in the world than working for us and with us. And his career at the tables was very short lived.
Can you imagine Aaron Smith doing commentary while he's cleaning you out of all of your money playing blackjack?
I was that guy too. I was the cooler. 100%. Folks did not like me. Not one bit.
Personality coming out here on Bull TV. Jesper, that 7-pin got swept off. That was a little delay there.
Taking a quick look around to the other matches, Chris Vi is going to put up a big number and get out to a huge lead against Kyle Troop. Troop with 178. Chris with one strike already in the 10th can still shoot 268. So potentially a 90-pin advantage right there.
Guys, I think I kind of stepped in some garbage earlier on the concourse, and JT was standing right there with me. I said to Kyle, I said, man, you're still alive. You're still grinding through this thing. And I said, if you end up making this show, this is probably going to be one of the hardest ones that you've ever worked for to make television. And he looked at me like I was insane. And he goes, well, I bowled 660 the last 3 sets. I found a shape with urethane. What are you talking about? But I just remember during qualifying when I was vlogging and his look in practice. And it's just, it's like a screensaver in my mind right now for this week.
Smash 10 for Jesper Svensson. He'll be in the 240s with the conversion.
How long has Jesper been stateside? I wonder. A lot of these international travelers, with being able to get back home with the COVID restrictions, a lot of these international players have been over here in the U.S. for quite some time, and that's a lot of nights in a hotel. It's also a lot of nights, going to a city and staying with another fellow pro bowler. A lot of them have housed some of the international players and given them an opportunity to stay over here because it just wasn't worth going back and forth. And I wonder, at what point does that fatigue really start to set in, and just that mental makeup of what it's like to be on the road for that long period of time away from your friends and family back home.
Yeah, certainly got the story this week of Jason Belmonte, who will be skipping the PBA playoffs. He's just been away for so long. Him and his wife Kim are expecting their 4th child, and said there would be a chance that he would miss the birth, and so some things are not as important as a chance to win $100,000 in the playoffs. So 246 for Jesper Svensson, and Spencer Robarge is going to have a chance to get up here and take an early lead in this match.
He can add 40, correct, JT?
I beg your pardon?
He can add 40 pins in the 10th tier with the scoreboard up there.
Yeah, he can still shoot 259.
Right. Yeah, these scoreboards are always a little confusing to me. And I like to point that out because I'm sure there's a lot of people at home also that these scoreboards have been a little confusing. So with a strike here, it would add 10 into the 9th, and then 2 more shots after that. That's how we arrive at 40, which JT's absolutely right, would be 259. That's inside a target a little bit.
The quick math for that, Michael. A spare is 40. One strike is 50. 2 or more, 60 for the 10th frame.
What's Matt C got to say about that? I'm sure he's got something about that one.
Well, I was just looking at the numbers, and right before we went to break, we talked about the fact that these two lefties were matching up, and this was an opportunity for the lanes to break down differently than they've seen. And I had expected a higher scoring match just based on that. We saw it with Holloman and Buttriff yesterday, and they have not disappointed so far. Both players going to be in the 240s here in game one, and I imagine it's only going to get better or much of the same the rest of the way, and it's going to take a real effort to get there, which of course you'd want and you'd expect. So somebody's going to step up big, and we're guaranteed to have a lefty on the show, which is pretty awesome.
Matt, I think you also hold the record for the most amount of minutes live streamed in the National Bowling Stadium.
That's where it all started for us at the Open Championships back in the day. One laptop, one camera, and a stick mic. Me and Emil Williams Jr. passing it back and forth. Couldn't hear each other one bit, but still pretended like we knew what we were talking about for sometimes 3 or 4 hours at a time. It was awesome. We love it. And it's evolved so much, and I can do it from home now. I may or may not even be wearing formal pants at this time. It's just the awesome benefits of 2021. You get to watch bowling and just do so many awesome things, and just it's great.
So Robarge advantage by 1.
Ooh, well, 6-8. Start game number 2. Be interesting to see how these two lefties affect one another's transition. They've both made it through the bracket so far with some pretty solid scores, but Spencer seemed to not be too phased about the prospect of bowling with Jesper, because he thought Jesper would be a little bit inside of him, which in theory should give Spencer some additional hold.
I think the thing that will be interesting about this match, and depending on how it develops, is that looking at Spencer's road to this match, he's found ways to get ahead, and his opponents have struggled. He really hasn't been pressed too much in a game 3 yet. And for this one to be a 1-pin match in the early going, we'll get to see how some of that moxie for this young man has developed over that. It's one thing when, being ahead, coasting, filling frames, and just, not messing up down the stretch. If this one is close heading into this final game, I'm excited to see what this young man can do in those pressure situations.
Also, in other news, guys, around the bowling center here, Jason Sterner, 257. Jason Belmonte, 209 after game 1. So Sterner with a nice lead down there. 48-pin lead for Sterner. Also, it was Thomas Larson, 234. Sam Cooley, 223, down on 57 and 58. And don't forget, just like Aaron mentioned at the top of the show, we do have all of the channels available for you. Every single match is available for you to watch here on Bowl TV.
In addition to those scores, Michael Holloman up 10, 229 to 219 on Tim Foy Jr. Francois Lavoie up 3 on Anthony Simonson, 216 to 213. And Chris Vi was able to shoot 268 that game for a 90-pin lead over Kyle Troop, who had 178.
So just like we talked about Rocky, there was a Rocky reference last night that we had. I don't remember if it was on air or off air, but I will say right here with these two lefties, they remind me of Ivan Drago, each one of them from Rocky IV. And right there, you see two open frames. And I want to use the line, you see, he's not a machine. So an open frame for each. It's funny how that kind of happens here. And I like what you said, Aaron, about, Spencer really not being tested in a third game. It'd be interesting to see if these guys just kind of stay together through two and it comes down to about one game within 10 pins of each other. Now Jesper getting a little squirrely ball reaction down lane there. Very easy to amp up a little bit and throw it a little bit past the break point, plus using urethane can cause a little bit of down lane oil to move around a little bit. Had a question if an amateur has ever won this event. And that's kind of what it's known for a little bit. I think Matt Cantanzaro could speak to that a little bit more with some facts than I can.
Sure, Michael. Of course, the Masters, the history predates the PBA by nearly a decade, going back to 1951. So I guess technically the first handful of winners, all amateurs in that regard, but a few over the years who were non-professionals have found success and found the winner's circle. Most recently, Brett Wolf in 2002 at the National Bowling Stadium. Big win over Dennis Horan Jr. To take home that title and $100,000 at the time. So some other names over the years. Jason Queen comes to mind, bowled a 300 game on the TV show and won it in 1997. And Brian Bogosian, I believe, was an amateur in 1999 when he took home the title in Syracuse. So some guys who went on to do great things in the sport and others who took it and ran at that point, beating up on the pros for a week or perhaps tested the waters at some point. But that might be the career highlight.
Thanks, Matt. Also in the chat, checking in on everybody. Chrissy Kent and Amy Drescher helping us out with some of the smart questions. Thank you guys for that. Nice to see you guys in here participating and helping us out with some answers. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know this one. Chrissy Kent says that the SMART program stands for Scholarship Management and Account Reporting for 10 pins.
Questions keep coming in the chat for Joe, asking about Mike Mullen, and that was in '98 when he made the show. That was all lefties show. Matt Canizzaro's dream come true. But for Mike, he and Chris Sand were on the unfortunate end of Parker Bone III's 300 game to advance to the title match, but Mike Albee able to get it done 224 to 192 to take home his third Masters trophy.
Two lefties on the same pair, guys. Game number 2. We're seeing some squirrely ball reaction for sure.
I believe it's that T word you guys always talk about that I'm not familiar with. Transition, is that what the word is?
I like to call it OM, oil movement.
Well, guys, let's get a look at one of our other not one of our other winners bracket match.
Yeah, let's do it.
And that's not it.
That's okay. We almost saw the big four get picked up, JT. How awesome would that have been if that had been picked up right there?
Wouldn't have been a great lead-in on the call, but
almost as good as your big stack on 32 red last night. That's a beautiful shot by Jesper as we switch back to that pair. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to get there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There he is.
The countdown was excellent, Michael. The rhythm was on point. I'm going to give it an 8.8.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So here we have Sam Cooley and Thomas Larson. These are the other two bowlers in the winners bracket right now. So this is the right side of the bracket. The Robarge Svensson match was on the left side. After game number 1, Thomas Larson 234 ahead of Sam Cooley 223. And Mike, you mentioned early on you heard a man in the know who I would trust with much information say be on the lookout for Thomas Larson this week, and that has not disappointed so far.
Yeah, Timmy Mack said that. You know, this is really the match of the forgotten bowlers. Neither one of these guys are too flashy the way they get their business done on the lanes. But when you look at their scores are doing a lot of talking this week.
For Thomas Larson, his wins have featured scores of 738 to kick things off against Marshall Kent. Talk about Marshall Kent having a bad draw or rough draws this week. Had 738 and 759 shot at him. But for Thomas, 738, 703, 686, and 705. So basically, his average 235 in match play so far this week.
Yeah, and he's probably about the 15th or so most talked about person here. Just because human nature. I've gotten to know Thomas a little bit. He's kind of a funny guy. He's got a dry sense of humor. But, you know, he really works at his game. I mean, he practices all the time. And you should look at this going forward. Look at every PBA event there is here stateside and just keep a tally mark somewhere on a notepad by your computer or wherever you watch Bowl TV and make a little tally mark every time Thomas Larson's in the event. He doesn't miss any. And he lives across the pond.
Well, certainly also, Michael, pretty neat to point out that of these 4 players, right, we've got 4 different countries represented, 2 lefties, 2 righties. So just, again, to go back to the diversity of it and the fact that, you know, the international stage is, especially during a pandemic, that these players have been able to be here with all they've had to sacrifice to be over here to make this happen. And I think it's going to shape up to be a pretty phenomenal show no matter what. But, you know, in that regard, especially pretty cool stuff.
You said the exact same word I was thinking, which is sacrifice. I mean, they chose to come over here and try to earn a living, but there are a lot of sacrifices leaving home and not being able to go home for a few days. You know, for many years, these international players would come over for a couple of weeks, go home for a week, and then fly back over just to get their mind right again, you know, be around friends and family. Like I said, I mean, technology is awesome with FaceTime and WhatsApp video or Zoom or whatever it is you want to use, but it's just not the same. And to those of you that have ever traveled before for a job, or even when you go on vacation for an extended period of time, there's nothing like sleeping in your own bed. And I think we can all attest to that.
We have one match wrapping up game number 2, Chris Vy and Kyle Troop. Kyle's going to gain a few pins back, but still is going to have a Herculean task in the final game, down 460 to 384, has 76 pins. Kyle has to make up to win his 5th consecutive match here. Looking around, Michael Holloman, 6 out of the first 7. After 229 in the opener against Tim Foy Jr. Looking to create some distance there. Some struggles for Francois Lavoie, 108 through 7 frames. We saw that big 4. Simo clean through 7. He's put together a couple strikes early. So that one was just a 3-pin difference. So Simonson looking to create an advantage heading into game 3. And one of the few miscues we've seen from Thomas this week.
Simonson's extremely hungry too. He's looking for some exposure too. He hasn't been talked about as much as some of the other players this week, and he's one of the top 5 bowlers in the world in my opinion. And not to get too ahead of ourselves, but the Francois Lavoie, as Thomas Larson picks up the PBA washout absolutely perfectly and brilliantly. Francois Lavoie, Anthony Simonson, whoever wins that match is going to go on to take on Chris Barnes on lanes 55 and 56 about 30 minutes after we end this broadcast.
Just keeps getting better, folks.
Also, the Kyle Troop Chris Vy match is going to take on Stuart Williams in the losers bracket, as Stu is awaiting his opponent. The match between Holloman and Timothy Foy Jr. is going to take on E.J. Tackett. The winner of the Belmo Sterner match is going to take on Zeke Bate. Those will be your losers bracket matchups coming up right after this round.
To Mike's point, we are going to be running continuously until we get down to our top 5 here, folks. No more oil breaks. We are rolling match after match after match.
And you're watching here in the winners bracket on the right side. You're watching Thomas Larson and Sam Cooley square off to see who will advance to take on the winner of Spencer Robarge and Jesper Svensson.
Let's head back to that match. Spencer is up right now. And both of these guys struggling after the strong start.
Spencer looks like he may have moved in just a little bit. Looks like he's really projecting that ball down the lane as well.
Three opens in the first 5 frames for Spencer. Uncharacteristic single pin miscue in the 6th for Svensson. He does hold the overall lead at the moment, but nobody running away with this one just yet.
It's so much for my theory about the high-scoring left-handed match, at least so far. The roller coaster of transition, maybe things will open up for him in Game 3, and then they'll make me look a little bit more like I know something about being left-handed.
Matt, we know you forgot what it's like to be a left-handed bowler as soon as you logged your 1,000,000th hour of the Open Championships, which, by the way, when is that event coming up? It's right around the corner, isn't it?
It is. Actually, just got off the phone with an old friend, or a longtime friend, Bob Hart, who will be celebrating 65 years of Open Championships competition in less than 1 month. We're counting down the days. Tournament kicks off on May 1st. and will run until July 18th. We'll be at South Point in Las Vegas. And Bob has been waiting for this milestone for 2 years now. Of course, the 2020 event did not happen, so we've been catching up quite a bit as we get ready for that, and so much. All the defending champs and all the milestones finally getting a chance to get to it. And anybody else who wants to join us there this year, registration still available on bowl.com. Check it out, bowl.com/openchamp. Come and join us. We're expecting tens of thousands of bowlers to come and get back to it in the longest running sporting event in the world history, dating back to 1901. Great stuff, great tradition, and a great stepping stone even for perhaps something like the USBC Masters down the road too.
Yeah, and I admire what you guys are doing with trying to keep the bowlers as safe as possible with your COVID protocols that you put into that event. I think you guys have thought it out very well, and I'm really looking forward to seeing all the social media posts and all the updates, and of course all the updates that you'll be doing from South Point on USBC social media. Hey, which is a great reminder, if you're not following the USBC on social media like I am, you certainly should. Check it out over on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Make sure you follow the United States Bowling Congress for all the updates, and allow Aaron and Matthew to keep their jobs.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate that.
Sorry, you guys got my address, right?
Svensson unable to turn in the double. Takes care of the spare, though, but a methodical endeavor here in game number 2 after the string of strikes in game 1. Anthony Simonson finishes with 224, so he's going to hold the lead heading into the finale against Francois Lavoie. Francois now max score in the 170s. So Simonson, the 2016 champ, who is the youngest player to win this event at 19 years and 38 days, I believe. Potentially looking to see his new counterpart for that, Spencer Robarge, 18 years old. X amount of days. I'm sure we'll find that out once we get to that point.
That's a good point, Aaron. That is going to be an interesting little crunching of the numbers to do if we do get presented with that opportunity.
Well, and we know too that Simonson was the youngest to win a major at all. Jesper Svensson, the youngest to win the Tournament of Champions. So a lot of implications in that regard. And how cool is it to have your name somewhere in the record books, right? Those guys doing some awesome things over the last 5 or 6 years.
437 to 391. Simonson ahead of Lavoie. Robar stepping up here for his 10th frame. Max score of 169 for Svensson with his strike in the 9th. Can still get to 196.
Yeah, Spencer just needs to go through his normal process here. Try not to think about the scores at all. One shot at a time here in the 10th frame. See if he can get back on track here and build a little momentum going into game number 3 and sit down, do what he needs to do, and hope that his opponent goes up and doesn't fill them all up. And it'll be a close game going into or close match going into game number 3. Starts here. He's got to be happy with that one. The other thing that really impresses me about the youth players of today is I remember when I was a youth bowler, and I'm sure many people watching when they were youth bowlers, we used to run out the shots in big pressure situations. And I think it boils down to collegiate coaching. I know that Spencer's not in college yet, but I think it does trickle down into the youth ranks as well. Team USA. These players stay down and post their shots until the ball hits the pins almost every single time. And with an animated mind and personality like Spencer, I'm sure that he's dying inside to show some emotion, but he just sticks to the process, and that's another thing that makes him extremely mature. He's gonna roll it? No. I do like how Spencer bowled the second half of that game. Right around the 1-2.
He got close toward the end of that game, Mike. Very close to finding it again, and some small tweaks here to get to the pocket, but 159 puts him at 406.
Notice Jesper here taking a re-rack. Simo, another player that likes to take re-racks as well, something just to keep an eye on as you continue to watch Bowl TV. Jesper trying to make his life easier in game number 3. Still struggling a little bit with, I don't know if it's a ball reaction or if it was just a bad shot. It didn't look good off his hand. I don't think he really liked that shot. A little inside of target.
Chance to get to 176 with the spare. The other left-hander still in the field, Michael Holloman, up 467 to 433 right now against Tim Foy Jr. Michael in the elimination bracket.
Actually, I had a chance to talk to Michael Holloman for a brief moment when I was grabbing to get lunch. He was outside out front of the National Bowling Stadium getting a little fresh air, along with Spencer Robarge, both being from the Midwest. And, he and Jacob Butchuff are really good friends. And, of course, Jacob defeated him in the title match here at the Masters. But, Michael Holloman kind of getting some revenge this year, taking Butchuff down and eliminating Butchuff from the tournament. All right, so the power game prevails there in the 10th frame with a messenger to take out the 7. $16 pins, is that the number?
16 pins, that's right, Mike. A couple other updates for you. Jason Sterner up 480 to 432 against Jason Belmonte. Thomas Larson is going to be ahead. His matchup against Sam Cooley. Anthony Simonson staying out ahead here in the early going to keep his advantage against Francois Lavoie. And officially in the books, 635 to 591. Chris Vi moving on to the next round.
Yeah, and a little insight on that.
Kyle Troop.
It's right in front of us here, but Kyle Troop was making quite a charge there. He threw a 4-bagger in frames 4 through 7, then a 9 spare and an 8 spare, and Vi had 2 opens through 7 frames. He did double in the 8th and the 9th, but Kyle Troop got to finish the match first and opened in the 10th frame for 207. Chris Vi then opened in the 10th for 175. So that match had a little bit of drama possibly about to happen, but never came to fruition. So that's why we didn't take you there. Joining us here now in the booth, lane side, as we watch continuing coverage of the winners bracket of Spencer Robar's taking on Jesper Svensson. Jesper Svensson's roommate and best friend, and as we've all heard before, a brother to him. Kyle Troop joins us now. Kyle, how you doing?
Doing well, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing well. Tell us a little bit about that last match against Chris Vi.
Yeah, this is actually the first match where I've actually felt a little bit of pressure early. Most of the time, 2-0 to 210 has been a pretty good game to start the pair. I didn't make the best of shots with the urethane ball. I felt like the loop was still there. But after being down 90 after the first game, I knew that I wasn't going to be able to make up the pins with the pitch purple. So we had to just kind of make a blind move. I haven't thrown a resin ball since day 3 of qualifying. So it's been a little while. So it was a guessing game. I mean, I felt like I put a little heat on him there at the end with the Brooklyn and a couple strikes, but just not my best execution. And I mean, Chris had the nut. I mean, he had it with the green ball and then just right to the pearl version of that ball afterwards. He had a great game plan and just simply outbowled.
Yeah, Vi is certainly an up-and-coming superstar on the PBA Tour, much like we saw you. You know, it's been a while now. You keep thinking it's just like yesterday, but it's been a little while. And obviously, with the year that you've had thus far, we talked about it on the vlog earlier in the week. You know, you got an opportunity to make some really good money this year. Just how proud are you of how much you've been able to take your game forward this year and the consistent finishes over and over? I know you're disappointed with this one here, but again, you made match play and you're bowling late into the event.
Yeah, I'm extremely proud of how I've bowled this year. We had a great start with the players. There was a big focus on that. And then the goal was to top 10 in every major. We fell just short of that goal here. I believe they're top 16. So it's another good showing for me, just trying to stay consistent, not really have one of those bad weeks like I have in the past few years. To start this tournament out, I was minus 97 today. Had no clue how to throw a double. So I'd say that, that just shows my maturity and how hard I've worked to not let it beat me up, keep working hard and try and find a way to get to the match play, which we did. And, I'm happy with the matches that I won. I made some really good shots, but just finally ran into a buzzball.
You're a phenomenal talent and a phenomenal human being. We're so proud of just what you've been able to do with your game and becoming a really big face in bowling. I can tell you, I've told you this before, friends of mine I've gone to high school with have sent me text messages with a picture of you because you're so recognizable. What's it like being one of those faces of bowling, and what does that mean to you?
It's a blessing. Growing up watching my father be one of the fan favorites, at the regionals and on tour before I was born. But to be following his footsteps a little bit feels really good, and to help the sport. I just want to see the sport elevate, and we seem like we're on the right path with that. It's very humbling to be recognized a lot, but that also tells me that people are watching bowling, which is good. We want to have more viewers, more eyes on the sport. So any way that I can help, whether it's with my afro or goofy pants, which I have either of this week, I'm more than happy to help with the sport and just blessed to be able to do what I love for a living.
Yeah, Kyle, I actually got a text from somebody asking if everything was okay because you were wearing solid pants this week. What's up with that?
Yeah, I've had a few people actually ask me if it was a USBC rule, which would have been pretty funny. But no, I'm wearing, I'm sponsored by Cool Wick, so I'm wearing Cool Wick jerseys this week, and the pants were from High Five, so they don't really match the jerseys. But I have gotten a few texts telling me my butt looks good in these gray pants, so we might have to hang on to these for a little while.
Yeah, and I remember that there was a piece. There was a piece recently, or not too long ago, about you being a eligible bachelor. Is that still the case?
Oh yeah, we're still the PBA's most eligible bachelor. Now we're just a major eligible bachelor.
Well, Kyle, I want to transition into something else really quick. Right in front of your screen, right there, I'm sure you can see it. We've got your tour roommate and a brother to you, and Jesper Svensson there, and alive in the winners bracket. And he's taken on a very similar looking style and a youth player that's just really coming up the ranks. What do you got to say about this match here? Any insight?
Man, Spencer has been on a roll. It's actually pretty funny. They got to bowl together in the PBA Junior Show back in Florida a couple weeks ago. So it's only fitting that they're meeting in the round of 4 in the winners bracket. That just shows, one, how talented Spencer is. I'm pulling for him. Unfortunately, I got to pull for my boy Jesper a little bit more in this match, but the amount of talent he has is incredible. And then also, Jesper has not really liked his ball reaction much all week. And, his goal coming into here was just to make the playoffs so he can go back to North Carolina with me, play some golf, and hang out. He don't want to go home to Sweden quite yet. So it just shows that, the amount of work ethic he's put in to not get down on himself either, especially when they're hard. He was saying during the break, feels good to get some wins when they're hard, because normally that's when he struggles. So, I mean, it's a tough matchup. I would imagine with Spencer playing a little straighter, Jesper, he's probably going to see some of that early hook with Jesper playing further right than him with urethane, which I haven't got to watch too much of the match, but that one looked like it looked a little early. So, I'd have to give the advantage to Jesper just because of the experience, a little more power, and the way he's playing the lanes. But, I mean, 26 pins, anything can happen here. And we'll see if Jesper pulls out this resin ball in game 3 like he has the last few matches.
Kyle, you mentioned when we talked, this is Jason Thomas, by the way, and for the viewers listening at home, you mentioned when we talked last week prior to coming in here at the Masters that the U.S. Open is probably the event that you want to win the most. How are you feeling going into that event, having gotten a few extra games and a few extra reps here in the matches at the Masters on a really tough condition?
Well, I feel a lot better than I did after day one. After day one, I felt like I was going to be in for a long 2 weeks in Reno. But, this is a great stepping stone moving forward to the U.S. Open. They're tough, and it feels good as well for me to get some wins, execute some great shots on a tough pattern. I haven't really quite bowled the best on some tougher stuff, so I would imagine we're going to see some tough patterns at the U.S. Open. So I think this is a great warm-up. And I'm a confidence guy. Even though I got beat that game, I'm still happy with how I bowled throughout the tournament. Nothing really to hold my head down on. Getting beat by 80, and then got beat by 80 against EJ in the first round of the winners bracket. So you get beat, but at least I didn't bowl bad and cost myself the matches. I felt like I just got out bowled, which makes me feel really good. Lots of confidence and lots of positive things moving forward to next week.
All right, Kyle. Well, thanks so much for stopping by, and great bowling this week. And we're looking forward to watching you compete in the U.S. Open, getting started in a couple of days here.
Thank you guys for having me.
That's Kyle Troop, everybody. One of the best in the business, and one that continues to take bowling forward in every way possible. So great for him to join us, especially after losing a match. Also another testament to his character.
Quick update, Anthony Simonson just a couple of frames away from finishing off his match against Francois Lavoie. Match all but in hand here. Francois is actually out of wood now, so Simonson is going to move on to the next round in the elimination bracket and face Chris Barnes next on lanes 55 and 56.
Bang, bang. I believe Peter Anderson calls him, the wee Iceman. Got a little ice in his veins here, putting that triple up against Spencer. And now we're getting that exact situation that you guys were talking about Spencer's never really had to step up the third game. He's kind of been able to coast along so far in this event. Well, that's exactly what you set up earlier.
And I think he's made some good moves here, and you talked about that. Both of them found their struggles in game number 2. So now it's just about making the shots and catching a hit or 2 along the way. The trip 2, trip 3 hasn't been too popular of a hit so far this week, though.
Well, definitely starting to see some carry down, and that's why Jesper has gone to the reactive late in the matches to get the ball back around the corner.
Jason Sterner staying out of trouble so far through his first couple frames. Was up 48 on Belmo. Belmo with an early double, but needing to apply some pressure here in the back half of the game. Otherwise, his run will also come to an end.
Are they still in game 2 down there, Aaron?
No, that's game 3.
Game 3, okay. So 48 pens going into game 3 in the Belmo match?
Correct, yes. They tied or put up the same score in game 2. Michael Holloman just about finished with his match and moving on to the next round against Tim Foy Jr. Just a couple more pins here for Holloman. Will officially lock things up. Michael would face E.J. Tackett in the next match.
Yeah, we got some heavy hitters coming up here for these guys to advance to have to bowl for their tournament life. But that's what you get when the best bowlers in the world all fly to Reno and enter an event called the USBC Masters.
You know, Michael, in talking to, Michael Holloman, last year during his run to the Masters, he had made a run at another show previously. He eventually won Rookie of the Year that year, but it was, just seeing he was a guy who's excited to be there, excited to be in that moment, enjoying it. He didn't get the win, but he ended up, seeing one of his best friends on tour take home the title. And even talking to him after the fact, and that match was still within reach with a few frames to go. It was just one of those things where you're like just taking in the whole experience at once, and maybe, things can get away from you. Now that's a year later and you're putting yourself in that position again. That's got to be a testament to just how much he has continued to improve on tour and become a better and better player out there.
Yeah, no doubt. He's definitely one of those I love my job guys. Every time he shoes up and enters an event, and he's saying to himself the whole time, I love my job. I love my job. Anytime you can do that, man, it's like living life to its fullest. That's for sure. Just like us. We love our jobs.
There we go.
You know who else we love? We love our fans. And I've been seeing the chat room very active. Glad you're watching continuous coverage here from the 2021 USBC Masters. I'm Mike Flanagan, Aaron Smith on the call, Matt Cantanazero. Anytime we need to fact check anything, he's there for us. And JT's been walking around getting all the updates, finding out what's going on, and he's here as well. And again, I can't tell you guys enough how much of a privilege it is to be here calling the action with you guys. This is the best seat in the house for sure. Well, it's go time here for young Spencer Robarge, isn't it?
The last shot from Jesper looked Look pretty tough to beat and potentially running out of frames. Yes, Spencer down 16 here. I feel this, we need a statement double right here.
Absolutely, we do. Looks like he's being a little deliberate here, taking a little extra time. He knows what's going on. Wiping the brow, going through the pre-shot routine. Once or twice.
Hey, guys, remember too, when we talked to Spencer before this match, his outlook, again, very mature and positive, given his 18 years. But he made us realize, or pointed out at least, that no matter what happens in this match, he will still have one more chance at TV. He'll advance straight to the shootout. Should he not get ahead of Svensson here, so he'll have a chance to 3 out of 4 chance to get to the TV show. You'll just have to wait a couple hours and think things over, and then have one more try.
That's an excellent point, Matt. You know, and you know, I hate to make calls like this, but maybe a guy like Spencer, it would benefit him to be a lower seed on a show, because if he can get through one match and get comfortable, you know, he gets the confidence going. He kind of feeds off that adrenaline. I've seen him compete in so many youth events that when he gets it going, he doesn't stop. And we've seen top seeds, you know, guys that make their first shows not bowl well as the top seed. AJ Johnson likes to joke about his show that he handed the title to Belmo. He said that a couple of times this week. But, you know, maybe it could be a blessing in disguise if for some way here the end result is Spencer not defeating Jesper. But there's a lot of wood left here. So important, again, and I know we say it all the time, just to go through the process and go up and make the best shot that you possibly can and take a seat and see what your opponent does, because this is the opposite of a strike fest, that's for sure.
Well, and not saying that anybody wants to lose also, Michael, but you know, sometimes you need to have those losses, right? Those are character and career building losses as well, and opportunities to learn and grow. And so as unfortunate as it is, sometimes you get more from those experiences than you do with continued success.
Few score updates here. Final tallies: Anthony Simonson 648 to 586 over Francois Lavoie. Michael Holloman 709 to 661 over Tim Foy Jr. 10th frame away from Jason Sterner, eliminating Jason Belmonte. Thomas Larson still ahead of Sam Cooley, was up 29 and has maintained that advantage with 3 frames left to go.
Well, Jesper now through the face. Spencer's in I was just going to say, Spencer's in a spot where he's almost got a strikeout here to be able to make up the deficit.
Yeah, if Jesper is able to stay clean, Spencer with a max at 227 outside of incredible count would be in the upper 2 teens. So find a way to fill them frames. 7:08, 6:47 final score. Jason Sterner eliminates Jason Belmonte.
A lot of people, a lot of the players that enter this event say you just got to make the bracket. It's really not a matter of where you qualify at. But it's good to see a guy like Sterner who led through 2 days, I believe, and bowled well the third day as well in qualifying, be able to make a deep run into this event. He's had a really good look since the practice session. So good luck to Jason Sterner. And hey, Belmo loses out of the gate, and then look, he was still here all the way to right here. I mean, the man is always a factor, and we had a thrilling moment from him just trying to make it into the cut. And after a good performance here in this event, we'll look forward to seeing him at the U.S. Open.
Oh, goodness.
Lower 9?
Lower 9. Sterner will take on Zeke Bate next. Holloman, E.J. Tackett, Chris Vi, Stu Williams, Simonson Barnes, all in the elimination bracket. And still to be determined our roll-off for the number 1 seed coming up next round. Svensson and Larson in position, but can they finish it off?
Well, guys, Spencer can get to plus 33. Jesper Svensson already in the 2 team marks. So that means Spencer will need to go off the sheet and then hope Jesper throws an open frame in either the 9th or the 10th to have a chance.
He's gone light the last 2 times on this lane. Makes the adjustment. Fantastic shot. Can put some pressure on here.
I just got to say, this is really cool, guys. This is really cool. I didn't know what was going to happen on that shot, and it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Kyle Troop made a good point. I forgot they were on. He bowled with Jesper on that show a couple months ago. So they're very familiar with one another.
We had Tom Clark join us, PBA Tour Commissioner, during the last block. And he actually asked Spencer a little bit about that to see what he had learned from Jesper during that. But noted that Jesper probably didn't give away all the trade secrets just yet, knowing Spencer was going to be on his heels in a couple of years. Probably didn't think it was going to be so soon, though.
A few weeks.
What a big double. What a big double.
Posting it.
Every time Spencer walks back, I feel like Lee Greenwood's Proud to Be an American should be playing.
Couple of marks here for Jesper Svensson with good count, and he will move on in the winner's bracket to bowl for the number 1 seed. But anything less than that, and Spencer Robards will have a chance to get up in the 10th and steal this match.
Breaking news, Thomas Larson officially has defeated Sam Cooley, has enough pins. He's going to be on the TV show.
All right, so spare here and another spare or better, and Jesper Svensson will stay in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, really, it's going to boil down to that first shot in the 10th probably. It's the most probable case. And Jesper's going to take a re-rack again here. No surprise. Make Spencer think about it as long as possible. Also probably taking the re-rack to give himself a little bit extra time to think about this shot.
He made a phenomenal pitch last time on lane 61, stuffed a 9-pin. No harm done, though. Picked up the spare. Mark away from a guaranteed spot on TV. That's the way to do it. Jesper Svensson and Thomas Larson will be squaring off for the number 1 seed next here on Bowl TV at the 2021 USBC Masters.
That's why Jesper is so good.
644 to 593, the final score in the Larson-Cooley match. So Sam and Spencer now will get the next round off.
Yeah, and they're automatically seeded into that 3-for-4 match, right?
Correct.
So yeah, everybody that's been watching here, we've been watching winners bracket coverage. So the folks that are losing here that Aaron just mentioned, they will be put into a 4-person match with 2 players to be determined coming out of the losers bracket, and then they will bowl 3 games, right, Aaron?
3 games, continues the trend up until the stepladder finals.
And they bowl it on the same pair together, and we'll have that for you tonight on Bowl TV. And the low 3-game series will not make the show, and the other 3 spots will be determined by total pinfall as the 3, 4, and 5 seeds for our stepladder finals tomorrow on FS1. So coming up next here on Bowl TV, we will have the losers bracket matches, which every player that loses will go home, and tournament life will be at stake. This has been a fun one here at this 1:30 setting at the dinner table here, so to speak. Really enjoyed it with you guys. The players have provided some great action for us, and Spencer Robars just comes up a little bit short against what I'm going to call his idol in Jesper Svensson, and Jesper goes up and takes care of business as he's done for several years on the PBA Tour. Always a force to be reckoned with, and he got to throw urethane, and he's deadly with it.
Final score 647 to 597, Svensson over Robarge. So Jesper and Thomas Larson in the next round will bowl for the number 1 overall seed. The other matches ongoing in the next round.
2 remaining competitors in the winners bracket, they will bowl for the number 1 seed.
From the elimination bracket, Anthony Simonson against Chris Barnes, Chris Vi versus Stu Williams, Michael Holloman versus EJ Tackett, and Jason Sterner versus Zeke Bate. For the elimination bracket matches, the winners of those will face off in the following round before we get to our 4-player shootout round to determine the final 3 spots. So, folks,
I would assume we're going to get an interview with someone from JT. Nope, no interviews. Too short of a time between both.
Correct.
Matches?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because they go right into it here in 20 minutes,
there's
don't
the time.
they got to get their bowling balls prepared in that. So what are we doing here, Aaron? Are we breaking? Are we staying on? What do you want to do?
We're going to be keeping the cameras rolling here throughout the rest until we get down to our final five, Mike. So we're just going to go ahead and take a quick little break so everybody an opportunity to stretch for a couple seconds because we still have 12 competitors at the Masters. We're getting down to 5 today before it's all said and done. So for Jason Thomas, Matt Cannizzaro, Mike Flanagan, I'm Aaron Smith. Folks, we'll be right back. Give us 20 minutes. That's all we need. Practice will get underway as well. So everybody hang tight. We'll be back for the next round. The 1-2 match-off is going to be up there, along with some great elimination bracket matches. So we'll be back right here on Bowl TV. 2021 USBC Masters coming up next from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Match play finals. This is your 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining in your warm-up. Make those final decisions.
Welcome back, everybody. We are continuing match play here at the 2021 USBC Masters from the famed Taj Mahal at 10 Pins, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. My name's Aaron Smith. I'll be joined alongside Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, and Inside Bowling's Mike Flanagan throughout the course of the round. Currently here on our featured channel, two gentlemen you see have already advanced to tomorrow's FS1 TV finals after winning their respective sides of the bracket. We started with 64 players in the winner's bracket yesterday, down to just 2. Jesper Svensson and Thomas Larson will be battling for the number 1 seed over the course of the next 3 games. Just a couple seconds left in practice here. We have a couple of other matches going on from the elimination bracket. On lanes 51 and 52, EJ Tackett taking on Michael Holloman. On 55 and 56, Anthony Simonson taking on Chris Barnes. On 59-60, Stu Williams taking on Chris Vi. And on 67 and 68, Jason Sterner and Zeke Bate. Also still alive in the elimination bracket, Spencer Robarge. And Sam Cooley. They lost in the finals of the winner's bracket, so they have automatically been seeded into the 4-player shootout coming up to end today's broadcast. 3 players get in for the 3, 4, and 5 seeds for tomorrow's show. As a reminder, you have access to all the channels in play at the moment, folks, so you're able to jump around if you'd like to watch any match as business begins to pick up. It's going to be a good time out there. Live scoring still available if you want it. We'll drop that in the chat once again on Bowl TV. And even though we'll be transitioning to FS1 starting tomorrow, folks, the U.S. Open is on its way. Pre-tournament qualifiers starting tomorrow night, followed by practice day before we get into competition on Tuesday, April 6th. I want to thank everybody already for becoming a subscriber to Bowl TV. And if you're one of those folks who have picked up a Masters ticket, once it gets to the U.S. Open, you will need a new one. So if you picked up a combo, you're good to go. Or if you have a monthly or annual subscription, also good to go. But if you picked up a Masters ticket, I'm going to implore you as we start our matches here to potentially consider. We'll have another event pass at $8.95. But if you're looking long-term on Bowl TV, a lot of great opportunities coming up here in the next couple of months. For $1 more, $9.95, a monthly recurring subscription. If you want to test that out, that gets you access to the entire site, all the archived events, on-demand videos, coaching, historical, backstage, and more. In addition, the ITC and ISC sectionals coming up April 16th through the 18th, and the return of the PWBA Tour starting April 22nd. You'll get 2 PWBA Tour events if you were to purchase later today in that next month. If you're looking long-term, if you want to watch the best bowlers on the PWBA Tour throughout the course of the rest of the 2021 season, another 17 events to go. The Junior Gold Championships, top-tier senior events like the Senior Masters, which is similar format to what we got here, the Super Senior Classic, the ITC, the ISC. Later in the year, the Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series, an annual subscription, the way to go. $79.95. Transaction fees do come with all those. A few great options here on bowltv.com to watch the U.S. Open. But if you like what you've seen so far this week, it's worth sticking around, seeing a little bit more. With that, let's say hello to the Bowl TV team on site. Welcoming back Mike Flanagan, Jason Thomas, and Matt Cannizzaro.
Hello,
Gentlemen.
Aaron Smith.
Hello. How are you guys doing? It's been so long.
We are doing fantastic. Just moving some cameras around, and we've got a couple of players locked on the show. Just going to find out which one of these 2 European gentlemen will be our number 1 seed. And then a couple matches for survival. Chris Barnes is still alive.
He is.
That was a menacing glare you gave over there to Mike when you said that, by the way, JT.
It's just a little gloating, you know.
I do got to say that all of our picks earlier in the week have really turned out to be amazing picks. So I'm proud of us as the sum of a whole, even though Jason Thomas won the guessing game tournament. I guess I shouldn't call it guessing. It's calculated picks.
From our 1 million live stream hours, Michael, we've developed.
Yeah, you watch enough bowling, you start to pick up on a few things.
So I haven't watched Larson bowl, with a microscope. I haven't really focused in on where he's been playing, but he looks like he's playing further out than any other right-hander that I've really seen have a lot of success.
Yeah, and he's also using urethane. Using reactive. He's one of the few guys that have been able to do that because of his unique ball roll.
Yeah, so Jesper's going to be throwing it to a small spot, and Thomas Larson's going to be rolling it with a gradual migration to the 1-3 pocket. I wouldn't even define it as a hook spot. It's more of a roll spot. But very effective.
We've said it a bunch of times this week, and other players have said it as well. Bill O'Neill said it, that in order to win on tour, you either have to be a shot maker or you have to do something really unique. And this week, what Thomas Larson is doing is completely unique to the rest of the field. I mean, most of the players that are trying to play out where he's playing have thrown urethane. He's been able to throw reactive and use the players that are using urethane, using that carry down as hold. And it's because of his unique ball roll that allows him to do that.
Looking at Thomas's path to this matchup, in his previous wins, he faced Marshall Kent, Nick Crummell, Chris Prather, Stu Williams, and Sam Cooley. So for that, facing a right-hander each time, this is the first time he's had the entire right side to himself.
Nice conversion by Jesper there. Aaron, I love it how you take us through the journey, the player's journey.
I think it tells a story if you look deep enough. Whether it's a fun one or I just, send all these guys to the elimination bracket, depending on how Thomas tells it. He looks like a modest guy, so it'd probably be a better story than that. But
I think I just made Jason Thomas about fall out of the chair.
you might need a pat on the back after that, Mike.
Yeah. Hoo-ah. I just inhaled my mask and choked on it. It was bound to happen after all the hyperventilating I've been doing this week.
Mike, you mentioned our predictions for the week a little bit earlier, and I think we all need an opportunity to redeem ourselves against Jason Thomas here. So I'm going to
golf. It's called a press.
There we go.
You guys going to press?
Going to press. From the elimination bracket matches, ongoing at the moment, not counting Spencer and Sam, who are already in the 4-player shootout round. Pick one lock for the show.
One lock for the show. That's a good one.
For the guys who are on the lanes right now.
You're talking about either Simo or Barnes, Vi or Stu, those matches?
Correct, yes.
Okay, mine's easy. Jason Sterner. And that's no offense to Zeke Bate, by the way, but when you look at the other matchups, it's kind of the obvious one that sticks out that Zeke Bate is a huge underdog. Now, I'm a huge Zeke Bate supporter, and Zeke could win that match, no problem. Any of these guys can win, obviously, and Zeke's bowling great this week. But, you know, if you got to go through these matches, I mean, Simo and Barnes, flip a coin, Vi and Stu, maybe a slight advantage to Vi based off his ball reaction, Holloman and Tackett. I can see where you would want to pick EJ in that one, but Holloman made the show last year, and he's bowling really well, and he's left-handed. So you look at the two righties with Sterner and Bate, and you look at the amount of pressure for each one of the guys and who's won on tour and who hasn't, and who's out there all the time and who's not. Jason Sterner, that's my lock.
I appreciate the rundown there, Michael. JT or Matt, if you guys had one.
Matt's shaking his head. That's great. You know, I can't pick Simonson because then I would be picking against Barnes. So I can't do that. Like, I have to be fully all in on Chris Barnes, and even though I've already won that bet, I think I have to stick with him. So I can't pick Simonson. EJ, man, he's such a great player, but he's just been so up and down all week. I mean, every time he's gotten a chance to bail himself out, he does. But I don't know. That's a good. I like Mike's pick. Mike's got a good pick. I'm gonna go with Chris Vi.
Christopher Vi, there we go. So do I get 2 picks now that Matt declines? Is that how this works?
You get to pick for Matt. Whatever your worst pick is, you can assign that one to Matt.
Well, first, based off of just kind of how things have trended the past couple of rounds, and to some of the things you alluded to just there, JT, I'm going to say Michael Holloman makes the show for a second consecutive time. I think based off of the look he's had in other matches, if he's able to get through this one with EJ and move on, it seems like he's been finding some momentum as of late. EJ's been a little inconsistent, and it's when we've seen Michael paired up with other left-handers, he's bowled well, and he has Spencer coming up. We saw Spencer have that little hiccup in the middle of that block when he was paired up with Jesper. So for me, I think Michael Holloman's going to find a way to get through this match. Apparently beat Jason Sterner to take on Flanagan's guy, and then make it through the 4-player.
I'm curious to know why Mr. Cannizzaro didn't want to make a pick there. Too much respect for all the players in the field to be able to succumb to such nonsense is what he typed into the chat. He needs entries in the Open Championship, so he doesn't want to offend anyone.
Taking a look at live scoring right now across the board, and it's after some fast and furious starts. the past couple of matches. It seems like everything's kind of slowed down here. We're kind of getting to the later rounds of this boxing match. Everyone's thrown a few haymakers out there already. Now they're just trying to make it to round 12. Steady out of the gates. Cunning, calculated.
Jesper finding the range. And Four-bagger give him an early lead over Thomas Larson.
Taking a look at the elimination bracket now, the player who has survived the longest, Jason Sterner, found himself losing his opening match, has rallied off 5 consecutive victories, defeating David Haynes, Pontus Anderson, Dallas Leon, Chris Prather, and Jason Belmonte last round.
Guys, is this a good time for me to plug something, or should I hold it off till a little bit later?
Let it fly, Michael.
You know, USBC and Bull TV has an outstanding YouTube channel. You just go to youtube.com or go to your YouTube app. You should subscribe to it. And I want to thank everybody that's given us such great feedback about the couple of full-length motion pictures I put out this week. And I want to thank you guys for allowing me to hover around the building and get out of the booth quite a bit to be able to capture those images and those sounds, to be able to put that together. So head over to the Bull TV YouTube channel and subscribe and check out the 2 videos that I put out, along with a few other videos that have been put out from this event as well. It's a great opportunity to go check it out. Over 27,000 views on the 3rd day, or on the practice day, and then about 15,000 views so far on the vlog we put out, if you missed it yesterday.
Chris Barnes is going to have the lead after game 1 against Anthony Simonson, already in the 220s. Simonson can max out for 199. He strikes out in the 10th frame.
Dave Ryan is in the building, checking out the final rounds here, as he will be calling the match. The matches, I should say, plural, tomorrow on FS1. I would imagine Stone 8 RP should be here shortly if he's not already here. We also have a Kimberly Pressler sighting here in the building, so getting close to show day.
Svensson can still get to 222 this game. Max for Thomas Larson, 204. We'll have a couple score updates for you in just a moment. EJ Tech at a 221 to 191 lead over Michael Holloman after game number 1 on 51 and 52. Chris Vi up 202 to 189 against Stu Williams. Chris Barnes 224 179 advantage against Anthony Simonson. Here's Jason Sterner going to be in good shape to hold and get the game 1 lead against Zeke Bate. JT, we've seen Thomas Larson just be dominant throughout match play so far. It seems like he's been able to put himself in great position early on, pile on the strikes. In this game, if he misses here, potentially just 4 strikes in the opener. He stayed clean, but when you've been going on a strong run for so long and all of a sudden, you slow down a little bit, how tough is it to get back on the train and start stringing strikes once again?
I think it depends on the reason why you're not stringing strikes. I mean, Thomas has had a good game plan all week, and in the matches, he's really probably, like you said, looked the best out of everybody. And so I think he's got a couple of little tricks up his sleeve that if he doesn't have his first option, he can go to something similar. Maybe a ball change or a slight hand position change or speed change, and just kind of pick up right where he left off. And so it looks like he's made a ball change. He's going to catch a double here in the 10th for 2-0. And that looks pretty good. And, that's why he's been so dominant all week during the matches. Because he's got a couple of different options. When one doesn't work, he can just go right into another one and not miss a beat.
Final tally 212 to 203. Svensson up 9. A few final updates. Actually, the last update we had, Jason Sterner up 208 to 199. Could have been more, though. Split in the 10th for Sterner. So just a 9-pin advantage in that match. Once again, folks, game 2 of 3, total pinfall here for the number 1 overall seed at the 2021 USBC Masters, Thomas Larsson and Jesper Svensson. Svensson up 212 to 203 after 1. The winner of this 3-game total pinfall match will be the number 1 seed and have just 1 game to go to claim a major title on the PBA Tour, $30,000 as the first place prize. And an additional bonus as a free trip to match play in the next edition of the Masters.
It looks to me like Thomas Larsson, the matches that I've watched him bowl, he just tries to play the same part of the lane, and we'll just kind of cycle through a couple of different options, and that's why he's been able to just control the pocket and shoot such big scores. I don't know if some of the players that he's bowled against have helped him with the way that they've broken the lanes down. If he's bowling someone who's going to throw urethane to the left of him on the right side of the lane, I'm talking, obviously Jesper Svensson's not going to have any impact on what Thomas does here at all. But if somebody's throwing urethane left of him, he's going to build up some hold. If they throw reactive, they're typically far enough left that it's not impacting his line. So he's really almost like a lefty on the right side.
A lefty on the right side. My goodness.
He's not impacted by what his fellow righties are doing. And when he is, it only helps him. Does that make sense?
In a way. I enjoy how you think out of the box for these, JT.
There's a bomb there from Svensson.
I have to ask now about we had someone in the Bowl TV chat mention just how bowling sounds just a little bit different. There's something almost calming about hearing bowling at the National Bowling Stadium with the high ceilings. Tell us a little bit about the atmosphere now that we're, down to just a couple players, just a couple matches. And obviously, with the safety protocols in place, there's no fans, there's no additional bowlers. What's it like in this setting at the moment? What's the kind of the energy like here at this vast 78-lane venue?
Well, I can tell you one thing that's really interesting is when you go down and walk in the bowlers area, it looks so big. It's from up in the concourse. Obviously, it's big and the ceilings are huge, and it's impressive. But when you go down a few steps and get down to the bowlers area and look up, it just makes the whole place seem humongous. And there's really not a lot of folks in the concourse. There's basically the tournament staff, the score monitors, and the ball reps. And none of the bowlers are allowed to be in the building. So there aren't any other bowlers watching these matches. Just like I said, the ball reps and staff. And I don't know how the players feel about it. I think they probably wouldn't notice if there were a few hundred people in here watching versus what they're doing right now, because they're just so focused on the task and trying to solve this oil pattern in order to get past their opponents. But it is a little bit of a unique feel. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but normally in the Masters, when we're coming down the stretch, you hear a lot of clapping and encouragement from ball reps. There really isn't much of that at all. Nice break there from Jesper for the 4-bagger.
He couldn't stand to watch it afterwards, but loves seeing it up on the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah. It's been a hard hit to come by, tripping the 6-pin.
Anthony Simonson starting with the front 5 in his matchup against Chris Barnes, trying to get back into that match.
And Barnes is staying right with him with strike spare, 4-bagger spare. All the folks watching at home, I want you to watch very carefully Thomas Larsson's release.
Anything we're looking for in particular here, JT?
Just it doesn't look like he's up behind the ball and rolling through it, kind of like Wes Malott or somebody like that. He's kind of getting his hand up on top and then flipping it over, and because he does that, it allows the ball to get through the front part of the lane really, really clean. And the way that he comes out of it, he can make the ball hook on the back more or less based on how much he goes around it. And so more than any other player on the right, he's really been able to stay on top of it from the right. Should really be able to see it here. See how he when he pushes the ball away, his wrist kind of rolls to the inside. Mm-hmm. And then as he comes through, he just flips it back the other way.
The folks at home couldn't see it, but they could see it here in our off stage setting here on our streaming platform. That JT was actually doing the motions with his hands as well as he was describing it. It was great.
I didn't even realize I was doing that, Aaron.
First opening of the game for Jesper Svensson, but the early 4-bagger has helped him extend his lead from game 1.
After the shot from Jesper, let's jump over to the Simonson Barnes match. They're throwing some strikes over there, and let's see what's going on in that match.
Simonson starting this game off with 5 in a row after a 179 performance in game 1. Barnes 224. And haven't seen pins fly around the deck that much this week. Simon, though, connecting. But even with 236 still out there, Barnes an opportunity to get to 258.
I would give him a nice cushion. You know, Barnes has been playing from behind in a lot of these matches, and bowling a really solid match here against Simonson. See if he can finish off this 10th frame and really give himself a big lead. So 226 here in game number 2 for Anthony Simonson. That'll put him at +5 for 2. And Barnes with the chance to go up big time.
Hoping for that 4-pin will drop his max into the 230s, 237 now out there. So still building that lead, but would have enjoyed an extra 20 in the back pocket. After this final shot from Barnes, we'll head over to Michael Holloman and EJ Tackett. Barnes is going to finish with 235 and a 54-pin lead heading into the final game. EJ Tackett held a 30-pin lead after 221 to 191. Holloman started with 4 in a row, but has followed with 5 consecutive spares. For EJ, an open in the 5th, but looking for his 7th strike.
Oh. Roll that 2-pin, baby.
Good, clean living right there. With that hit, EJ still a chance to get to 256 this game. He'd be at 477 after 2. JT, we haven't caught all of EJ's early matches, but it looks like he's doing something a little different than what we've seen throughout the day. A little bit of loft there and playing pretty direct.
Yeah, much straighter angles through the front. He's still in the track, which I think that's going to keep the break point the same as what he's been using all week, but certainly getting there a lot more directly.
Going to be in the 240s here.
And that looked like urethane. So that would explain the little bit of a straighter ball motion.
Stu Williams just rolled 249 in game 2 to get to 438. He's now ahead of Chris Vi, who's at 417, so 19-pin difference in that match. Still pretty low scoring on our winners bracket match. Jesper Svensson and Thomas Larson for the top overall seed. Larson can max out at 180. Svensson can get to 201. Holloman's going to have some work here heading into the final match. It's going to give another potentially 21 to EJ. Going to be down 50 plus. .222 for Holloman. He'll be down 466 to 413. All right, let's get to the end of game 2 for Jason Sterner and Zeke Bate. Sterner up 208 to 199 after game 1. And Sterner looking to add on to his lead. He had the split in frame 10 of game 1. Otherwise, that lead would be a little bit more. Opportunity to shoot 237. Zeke can max out at 215.
Let's see if Sterner's still playing out with that urethane. Looks like it. Not the leave you want on a spare on your first shot in the 10th. But interesting thing about Sterner is he's probably the player in the field who's closest to being able to duplicate what Thomas Larson's doing. Sterner also has a bit of a unique release. Oh,
And back-to-back games now with opens in the 10th.
that's just mean.
Zeke has had opportunities to hang around this match. A double here in the 10th.
Cool shirt.
Get this one down to 6 pins. Zeke doesn't disappoint in the shirt game. He is. Jesper Svensson up 403 to 370 over Thomas Larsson for the #1 overall seed. This is the only match still in game 2. JT, I think we'll take a look at the Simonson-Barnes match. A little bit of a slow start out of the gates for Barnes. He was up 53. Simonson, an early 3-bagger. Zeke did not like that one, and for good reason. Still going to be right in the mix, though, here. I think I said 53 earlier. It's 54 pins. 459 to 405. Barnes up after 2 against Anthony Simonson. But Barnes still looking for his first strike. 1 open. Here through halfway on the match.
Yeah, Barnes down big here in game number 3, which is making this match tighten up quite a bit.
Folks, once again, we will have 2 rounds of coverage after this. 2 rounds left to go before our 5-player telecast is determined for tomorrow on Fox Sports 1. The winners in the elimination bracket matches will meet in the next round, so we'll have 2 matches ongoing, and then the 4-player for 3-spot shootout to wrap things up today.
Boy, this one's getting interesting.
Chris Barnes, no strikes through 6 frames here. Game 3, elimination bracket match against Anthony Simonson. Front 3 for Simo, 9 spare, 9 spare, 6th frame.
Oh. Ouch. Great shot.
Got some strikes piling up on 51 and 52. EJ Tackett and Michael Holloman. Tackett up 53, started with the front 5. So the adjustments he made after some early struggles quickly showing here, 221, 245, now the front 5. Holloman, spare 5 in a row, but maybe a little bit too far back here, even if he keeps it going.
That's just the break that Chris Barnes needed right there. But let's not put it past Simonson to make this. Oh, he throws a backup ball and spares it. What a time for that.
How much is Chris thinking about that right now?
Oh boy, I hope not at all, because that was impressive.
You're fishing for a look. You're fishing for ball reaction, trying to hold on to a lead, and I think you're going to get a chance to breathe a little bit there. And Simo running it down.
Well, it's been a while since Barnes has thrown a strike. See if he can make the right move. He's kind of playing around the same area where Simonson is now, and you know, Simonson's a lot like Jason Belmonte. He can carve up the lane pretty quickly. Barnes just trying to hang on.
Full survival mode right now. It's amazing when you say it. You're up 54 going into the final game, but it can quickly get away from you.
Well, that's why these matches are so great. The conditions transition, and what was good for you in one game is not so much the next. And it's all relative to who you're competing against and where they're playing the lanes. Barnes trying to figure out something. Just going to try to jam it in there. And Simonson, if he were to go off the sheet, would shoot 254.
If he does that, he's a winner.
Sorry, 244. So he can get to plus 49. Barnes would need 191 or better. Currently, he's below that pace. Oh,
goodness.
wow.
He did that in the match against H.A. Johnson in the 9th frame. Missing the 6 pin, hitting the 10 only. His max now 184 this game.
Yeah, Simon can get up here in the 8th and 9th, and if he throws a couple of strikes, would still have his destiny in his own hands no matter what Barnes does.
Over on 51 and 52, Michael Holloman still striking, can max out for 290, but EJ putting up a number as well. Still has 268 out there.
There's one.
What a shot for young Simo.
Man, that was awfully close. That's just what Chris Barnes needed, though. So now Simonson can go off the sheet for 224. And that would put him at 629. Which means Barnes would need 171 or better. So still needs a double.
Still needs a double. Over on 51 and 52, EJ with a strike in the 9th frame. Now just needs a mark to shut out Michael Holloman. Holloman got the strike in frame number 9. He can still shoot 290, which would get him to 703. 9 spare strike for Tackett would get him to 713. So Mark with good count. EJ will move on to the next round. Is it me or we've had a lot of resets today, JT?
We have. It's the last day at the Masters. It's the only way I can explain it. Shot. Whew. Nearly a 710. Well, if Barnes can spare this and throw a double in the 10th, he would lock up the match. Another nail biter for Chris Barnes. Looking for his first Masters win.
It's crazy how these matches are going. Chris Vi and Stu Williams have a possibility for a tie if they both strike out in the 10th. Stu did not get the first hit. Some incredible matches here.
Strikes for Barnes. And he moves on. Great
There's
shot.
one.
Jams it in there again.
Can still get to 633. Max for Simonson, 629. Strike and 6. Stu Williams with a strike on his field ball can get to 622 if Chris Vi goes spare strike, or 621, excuse me, for Stu. If Chris Vi were to go spare strike, that would be 622. After this Barnes shot, we'll head over there to get Stu's fill ball for a chance to advance.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
He almost rolled that 6-pin again.
Let's head over. We got Stu's fill ball coming up here. Simo will have the opportunity to win. So will Chris Vi. Holloman shot 290. He's in the books at 703. EJ has a spare up. The conversion gets him there. Barnes made the spare. He's in the books at 623. A double for Simo. He's going to advance. Chris Vi, if he gets this first one here, he all but locks it up. If he leaves a spare opportunity, would have to convert and strike to win by 1. Easiest way to the win, though. Get it right here. Oh, there it is.
That was sweet.
Simo needs the double. There's one. EJ wins 710 to 703. Got the spare. Tackett moves on. Chris Vi is going to get the win over Stu Williams. And this shot right here, folks, right here, right now for Anthony Simonson to determine whether he'll have a chance to move on or Chris Barnes will make it to the next round. Gotta have it, Simo. Comes in light, leads the 2, Chris Barnes. Is advancing to the next round. .623, 619. Chris Barnes eliminates Anthony Simonson. EJ Tackett, 710 to 703. Jesper Svensson has all but locked up the number 1 seed overall here. So we're going to go ahead and find... give us a quick second here as we get to the Sterner-Zeke Bate match. Still unsettled here. Sterner led by 16. currently ahead in the match. Zeke working on the double, however, still has 247 out there. After the shot from Stern, we'll bring in Chris Barnes to the broadcast. Very fortunate 9 there for Jason. Chris Barnes, another close match for you. Moving on. Tell us about that nail biter.
Well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, I guess. You know, I had a little shim out there to the right and bowled actually really good the first 2 games. I lost it there at the end. I could kind of feel it coming, and man, I never really figured anything out. I threw one good one there in the 10th, and then the second was a lot like the one against Norm. I got quick in the middle, and it wasn't very good. I'm shocked that Simo didn't strike out. So, you know, he bowled a great match after a slow start, and you know, what can I say? Pretty lucky, that's for sure.
That's certainly an element of the Masters, is catching guys at the right time, taking a break when you can get it. But you know, talk about just the fighting you had to do that last game. It was tough. You made the right moves at the end, though. You got there and you put yourself in a position to double to win. Talk about how it can be so good for so long, and then just such a struggle and such a fight to get to the end.
Well, there's so much oil down lane that we're using quite, you know, pretty big bowling balls. I was a phase 2 with some surface on it, and I was making it go pretty straight. And but you need that to get it to roll down lane. Well, eventually that front part starts wearing out, and good news, bad news is I was hitting my target enough that I finally just kind of peeled it off that front section, and then when I did that, I started to go left. And I moved right into Simo, and so then I kind of moved into a mess, and I didn't really figure it out a whole lot. Probably lucky to not split more, and then the 610 all of a sudden is giving me head fakes.
I was going to ask, what's Barry going to practice when you go home?
I mean, I'm so afraid to chop it, and I missed it twice now. Same thing, same thought both times too. So let that be a lesson. You know, you are a product of your thoughts, and so. Jiminy Christmas. So
now you're going to bowl Chris Vi next.
Good. It keeps getting easier.
Do you feel like your match with Simo is going to give you some insights into the strategy you might want to go about with Chris Vi?
Maybe. I mean, I shot my 620 so far, and you know, I feel like I'm throwing it pretty good, but I am having a really tough time figuring out a way where I can consistently get it to get through the front of the lane and then still read the back of the lane. And so, you know, we'll try a couple things again. I had a C4 that looked good this morning a little bit. I had a phase 2. I threw a max there for a minute. That spare ball is working overtime, and I'm starting to wear it out. So I probably better start throwing a couple of strikes.
All right, Chris. Well, we know you don't have very much time to get ready for your next match, but we appreciate you coming in, and we're enjoying this magical run that you're on, and good luck getting into the show.
Man, smoke and mirrors. I'll tell you what. I don't know the way to put it.
All right, thanks, Chris.
All right, thanks, guys.
Jesper Svensson, 628 to 579, officially your number 1 seed, defeating Thomas Larson. Zeke might have needed that strike there. This is getting close. Sterner still had the advantage. Zeke could have gotten to 247, and that might be it right here. 617 max now. Now for Zeke. Sterner just needs to keep it on the lane. That's officially enough right there. Jason Sterner is going to advance to the next round. He's going to take on E.J. Tackett. I know for Zeke, he's been working on his game back at home. Recently switching back to 15 pounds. And heck of a run here at the Masters. Going to come up a little bit short of the TV show, but Jason Sterner, man, keeps finding the way after losing his first match. And another one. And another one. He just keeps piling up those wins. Sterner looking to have the longest road to FS1, and he's, as crazy as it is, he's still 2 wins away from getting
Good.
it.
How are you? You too.
This is the final shot here of this round, folks. Sterner 657 to 607 W.
I can't remember the last time I saw someone lose their first match and go on to make the show. It's a pretty rare occurrence.
It requires 8 wins. He's 75% of the way there. That is 6 wins in a row for Jason. He's defeated David Haynes, Pontus Anderson, Dallas Leong, Chris Prather, Jason Belmonte, Zeke Bate.
Jesper Svensson, he will be our number 1 seed tomorrow. Our number 2 seed will be Thomas Larson.
And with those announcements wrapping up, we now have our number 1 seed joining us here, Jesper Svensson. Jesper, congratulations. You're the number 1 seed at the Masters. Talk about just the trip to get there and all those wins.
First off, thank you very much. Super happy about that. Been such a tough match play, but I've been running pretty good and haven't really put on the highest of scores, but in those head-to-head matches on a tough pattern, sometimes you just need to, get away with a couple bad shots, not to get a lot of splits and all that. So super happy that it was enough, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Jesper, when you got to bowl with Spencer Robarge in the PBA Junior event a few weeks back, did you think it would be possible that you'd be bowling him for a spot in the Masters finals?
Definitely the kid has a lot of potential, and he's great already, young, powerful talent. So I'm sure it's not the last time we see him out here. And I guess I'll have to root for him in this last match, since I kind of let him down in that PBA Junior final. So hopefully he can get it done this time without my help.
Jesper, you've had success at the stadium before, and now you're 1 win away from another major title. What is it about this biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada, and that NBS that seems to have a liking to your game?
To be honest, I have no idea. And right now, the pattern was it was a very challenging pattern, and I didn't bowl the best in qualifying, but I hung in there somehow. And, like I said, from there, you got to get lucky to get through all these matches. But, I always feel comfortable coming to these plays, but I think this time it's a lot of luck involved, I think.
Jesper, you're a 10-time champion on tour. You're a major champion. Where would this win rank among all of your victories so far on tour?
It would be great. It's been a long time since that major win, and last few times I've been on TV, I've lost. So I think it's about time I get back into the winner's circle. And if I'm not wrong, I think this is my first TV show in a USBC event. So glad to get that monkey off my back, and now it's just time to execute one more good game, and hopefully I can win it.
All right, Jesper, we will let you go after that, but congratulations once again on an outstanding performance, and now you're 1 win away from a title at the USBC Masters. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow on Fox Sports 1.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, JT. We got part of the equation figured out now. We got 2 guys. We got Jesper. He's the top seed. We got Thomas Larson as the 2 seed. but we still have to figure out 3 more seeds, and we got 2 rounds to do it, folks. This has been so crazy. It's been so fun to watch.
Yeah, it has. And it's going to get even crazier because there are still a couple spots left in that amazing 3, 4, 5, 6 match, and that's a 4-player match for 3 spots. 2 more chances for 2 players to get it. So that's coming up right now. And as soon as that's done, then we'll go right into our 3, 4, 5, 6 match, and then we'll know who our final 5 are. So it's been a wild day. It's going to be already shaping up to be a great show. And can Chris Barnes continue this magical run here at the Masters to try to get his first win in this event that's eluded him for his entire stellar career?
It certainly has been. He's had to sweat him out. We'll say that. They have been some extremely close matches, all coming down to the 10th frame of game number 3. He has found a way to win, and now 2 more away from the show. Has had success here at the stadium. It's going to be another opportunity here. So I'm excited to see it. Once again, the match is coming up for, you mentioned Vi and
Barnes
taking it, and then EJ Tackett and Jason Sterner. So those are going to be the only 2 matches we have this round. So everybody, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get ready for that. JT, I believe you said there's going to be a quick re-oil right now.
That is correct. There is, but it's only a few pairs, so it'll happen very quickly, and then we'll get right into our matches.
All right, folks. So we are going to go ahead, make those camera adjustments, and get ready for this. 2 matches coming up in about 20 minutes. So get ready for that. We still have 1 more giveaway to get out today as well. So be on the lookout for that. Maybe this next block, maybe we'll wait for the final 4-way there. I don't know. I get to pick whenever. It's great. So we may make you hang on just a little bit more, but 1 more giveaway to go. But for Jason Thomas, Matt Cannizzaro, Mike Flanagan, I'm Aaron Smith. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Next round, 2021 USBC Masters from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. And remember, folks, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you in about 20. Hey, everybody, we're back here for the 2021 USBC Masters. Final few players, but look who I found, JT. I got Jesper Svensson hanging out with me here in the Bowl TV studio as we get ready for this next set of matches.
That is awesome. He's looking right over your shoulder. I'd be kind of intimidated if I were you, Aaron.
All right. Well, the good thing is it's a cardboard cutout, so I don't have to worry about it too much unless it starts getting all Ghostbusters 2 up in here. But I don't think that's going to happen. So when you have a random blown up edition of the October 2016 version of Bowler's Journal with Jesper Svensson, the #1 seed for the USBC Masters here in 2021, you got to put him behind you in the shot, right?
That's exactly right. You know how to do it.
Every once in a while. This just so happened, of all places, it just so happens to be sitting right outside of your desk or your office.
I walk by it every day. I walk by Jesper Svensson every day. Everybody should. It puts me in a good mood before I start work each and every day at USBC headquarters.
Well, if he ends up winning this thing, we might have to send it to him as part of his as part of his win. And
we'll have to do a new one.
I have to get a new one. There we go. But folks, we are ready for our next two matches coming up. The two great ones. Once again, these matches will determine the 4 players in the 4-player shootout for 3 spots, the final 3 spots. Spencer Robarge and Sam Cooley have already earned their spots. So now we're going to have Chris Barnes taking on Chris Vi, and then Jason Sterner taking on E.J. Tackett. So with that, we're going to go to the lanes. We're going to get everything underway here. JT, which match you feeling right now?
I think the Sterner EJ match is going to be extremely interesting from a strategy standpoint.
Let's get we'll go back and forth through the matches as they progress. But since there's only 2, we're going to start off with this one. So 49 and 50 for that. And we're going to say bye to cardboard Jesper behind me here for just a second. But let's hit the lanes here as this match kicks off.
Yeah, I think the reason why I like this one so much is because Jason Sterner is playing out with urethane, and he's been playing there all week, and he's got a nice look. EJ has been playing in with reactive all week. He really had a nice look towards the end of his last match. But this one's going to be a fascinating match strategy-wise. Little bit of a delay before we get underway here, but looks like everything's fine now. Players shook hands or fist bumped, and now EJ going to get ready to get this match underway.
Started with 216 competitors this week, down to the final 8. Jesper Svensson and Thomas Larson have secured their spot on the TV show. Jesper will be the top seed. Thomas Larson, the 2 seed.
EJ playing to the right with urethane, so he's kind of playing Jason Sterner's game.
We saw EJ do that during his last match after a few lower scoring bouts earlier in the day to end up falling into the elimination bracket. Oh.
Well, 7-10.
That pin flew out of there, but we saw this move in his match against Michael Holloman, and he ended up needing every bit of it, a 710 to 703 victory, as Holloman shot 290 the last game. But EJ making big shots down the stretch, just needed a mark to collect the victory, got that done to set up this matchup against Sterner. We talked about it during the last set of matches. Sterner has had the longest road so far as anybody left in the field. He lost his opening match in the winner's bracket and has since rallied off 6 consecutive victories. He needs 8 to make it to the show.
Just a bit outside. No trouble on the spare, though. Hard and straight.
JT, I think you made a great point as we talked a little bit about Jason Sterner, potentially kind of creating a similar thing to what Thomas Larson has done on the right side, and throughout the course of his wins, he's defeated several players kind of employing the same strategy that EJ has, including Jason Belmonte. So he gets a nice trip there on the 2.
Yeah, and I what's interesting is I had a conversation earlier this week with EJ, and the year that he led the Masters, he said he bowled a match against John Janowitz where Janowitz played about 5 to 10 boards left of him all through practice, and then at the start of the matches, he just shreds that rack with urethane. And he said that actually created a bunch of hold for him as he migrated left and the match went on. And it's interesting because he's kind of doing the same thing this game with Sterner. The only difference is, Sterner's not likely to jump left and do what EJ did to JJ.
I'm glad we got John Janowitz reference in there this week. I miss Double J. Double J's the man.
Yeah, I am too. It always puts a smile on my face to get to talk about him.
To Neil Milligan's favorite person ever, John Janowitz.
EJ with a quick double.
Seems like the pin's getting a little more lively here for these guys here in the early going.
Well, yeah. I mean, Nick Hoagland talked about it earlier this week where he said that these were new pins and they were going to be a little harder to knock down. But these are the players that have, figured out the optimum angles, got the ball going through the pins better than anybody else in the field. So, yeah, I would expect you're going to see some pins flying around at this point. High flush. Jason Sterner hanging right there with EJ Tackett. Thirteen-time champion. EJ Tackett, 2 major titles to his credit. Just 28 years old. It's got a hook. Good break, just leaving the 2-pin.
The good break of the 2-pin turns into a no good miscue.
And we've said it time and time again, nothing gets these players more upset than missing a single pin.
Swing over real quick, take a look at our other ongoing match. Chris Barnes clean through 4. Chris Vi opening the first. Hoping to add a double here.
I think this is kind of just what Chris Barnes needed. the way that he's been winning, these last several matches, they aren't high scoring affairs. They're more grind out, more premium on spare shooting. And, for Chris Vi to get out of the gate slow here, I think that's just what the doctor ordered for Chris Barnes.
This is game one of this 3-game total pinfall match to determine who joins Spencer Robarge, the 18-year-old phenom, and Sam Cooley, who's fresh off his first PBA Tour title just a couple of weeks ago from the World Series of Bowling. For the final 3 spots on the show. Excellent shot there from Chris. Here's our first look at Barnes on our featured channel. Not pleased with that one. Looking to stay clean with the 6-9-10 left standing.
Remember, he's missed the 6-10 a couple of times in his last 2 matches.
It has not been his friend.
It is not. So you might have been happy to see that 9-pin there with the 6-10.
Nice shot from Chris. We'll head back over. Take a look at EJ. There's going to be some trouble here. Sterner, 5 in a row. He's going to get off to a big lead here. All right, with that spare covered, we're going to bring in our number 2 seed for tomorrow's FS1 show to chat. So let's welcome in Thomas Larson to Bowl TV. Thomas, hello. Congratulations on making it to the stepladder finals here at the Masters.
Thanks, Aaron. It's some kind of week, right?
Absolutely, and you put on a show throughout the course of competition. You seem to be putting up 690 to 730 every match along the way. What gave you something to the outside that it didn't seem like anyone else could really find?
My touch was really good this week, so I was able to keep my hand super relaxed, super soft. I think that kind of allowed me to play the holes a lot more than a lot of other people. So I basically every time I missed right, I didn't have a very good chance of striking. I got away with it once in a while, but the misses left and the good ones were high flush pretty much every time.
Jason, I think your volume's turned down there.
I was pulling the Jason Belmonte trick. Thomas, do you think that because of where you were able to play and you were able to use reactive, where a lot of other players on the right from that angle were using urethane, you were able to kind of stay out of the transition that some of the other players ran into during the matches?
Yeah, definitely. I think a few of my opponents were trying to do stuff to make my look worse, and it felt like whatever they tried to do, I either got a little extra help to the right or a little extra holes left. So it just, I think I took perfect advantage of what the other guys were doing and just got lined up off of what they did.
Thomas, what is your feeling about this particular event? I know a lot of people, think it's a very difficult event to win because of the match play format, but a lot of others, think they have a great chance in it. What is your feeling about this particular event, and what would it mean to you to take home the title?
Well, no matter what major, it's something special. The Masters is. I think it's extra special just because of how long it's been around and the history with it. And yeah, the format is a little, you can get a little lucky or a little unlucky, but it's, I feel like it makes for some of the most interesting and exciting bowling we have all year. So, and you have to do well for so many different matches to get there that it's really, really hard to get to the show and then win.
Thomas, Mike Flanagan, who's been joining us this week, said he talked to Tim Mack very early on, and Tim had said to keep an eye on Thomas Larson this week. And here we are. You're on the stepladder finals here. From what you saw, did you expect to kind of have this run, or kind of as things progressed, all of a sudden you kind of saw it open up, or like from the get-go, did you feel confident on this 40-foot condition?
Well, I think nobody really felt confident when we had practice.
Fair point.
I felt like I could play pretty straight. I had a good picture of what I wanted to do to stay out of trouble. And as it went along, I threw the ball better and better, and I wouldn't say I got comfortable, but I at least got to a point where I could hit the pocket a lot and kind of stay out of trouble that way. And then when we got into the matches, it just got even better. My work got better, and all the little tricks with my hand really came into play, and that just got more and more confidence for every match.
Well, Thomas, we appreciate you joining us here on Bowl TV. Just an excellent showing throughout the course of the week here to get to the FS1 finals tomorrow. Best of luck, and we look forward to seeing you under the bright lights of TV.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas.
All right, everybody, that was Thomas Larson, our number 2 seed for tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. Barnes happy.
He's made the 6-10.
It's on.
It's like a double.
Tenth frame here for Barnes. That one needed help all the way down. If he can run this down, can still get to 211, which would mean Chris Vi could potentially tie if that's the case. 211, the max score for Chris. Over on our other match, Jason Sterner going to build up a lead here, can still get to 247. Max for EJ Tackett, 189. That's how you do it, folks.
Yeah, those are huge. Those, split and washout conversions, just saving the pins. Those add up over these 3-game matches. Just a quick look over at the Jason Sterner, EJ Tackett pair. Jason Sterner with a big start. One more strike and he'll be in the 240s. 247. It'll be important for EJ to try to fill the 10 frame up so as not to fall too far behind.
$247, big game. 210 the finish for Barnes. Staying clean with that washout conversion.
Uh-oh.
That's a second big four on that lane.
And that's going to be a big lead for Jason Sterner.
Do you potentially give up the 2 pins here? Make a move? Try a different ball?
I don't think so. I don't think there's much you can learn from that. I mean, obviously, this is an impossible spare, but EJ just takes the 2. But it's hard to tell anything from that. And I think he's lined up. He's just pinching it a little bit, not making great shots.
Barnes is going to be up after game number 1. Waiting for final score. Chris Vi is going to be in the 190s. Barnes 210, his total. Ironically enough, JT, taking a look at Vi's shot at the 310, he elected to go that route. Try a different ball and not necessarily worry about the pin count. Still pretty close in that match. 210, 197.
And EJ is going to make a ball change here. Oof.
It's got to get frustrating to throw it that good. Great switch. Stayed in the same part of the lane. And I think that's been the one thing that's, you see your 8 pins and your 9 pins, but there's been an abundance of just absolutely pulverizing ring 10s. $247 to $163. Advantage Jason Sterner in this match.
Well, EJ's got a good look. He's just got to hope, Jason slows down a little bit and he can throw some strikes to get himself back in this match. But big deficit after one.
For Sterner to think about how many games he's had to bowl in the past 2 days, and to also think he shot 661 and lost in the opening round, which was a winner for. Taking a look at the other matches on his side of the bracket, would have won all but one other match.
Wow.
So he drew Cortez Shank. Cortez popped 692.
Just getting all these extra practice games in for the U.S. Open next week.
Nice little warm up for potentially 56 games. I like it.
Chris Vi with a couple of opens to start game number 2.
We'll see if Barnes, the savvy veteran, can take advantage of that. We'll head over there for his next shot.
It really looks like that pair that they're on is chopped up pretty badly. Looks like another grind of a match for Chris Barnes.
Just the way he likes it.
Yeah, apparently.
He has found some success in this event against some of the higher rev guys in the field. Talked a little bit about Francois Lavoie in your open conversation with him a week or two ago now about taking down the higher rev guys. Barnes so far has defeated Simonson and AJ Johnson. Both of those right in the same scoring pace, that kind of 16 to 620, 630 to 620 type match.
Great shot there.
It's going to pad that lead here in the early going of game 2.
Well, EJ, he's got something figured out here. Ring 10 and a couple of solid strikes. See if he can put some pressure on Jason Sterner. Ooh, frozen rope.
If you're EJ, that's all you can do right now. It's just
throw strikes, baby.
Just throw strikes. Down 84. See if Sterner gives you a couple opportunities to come back and just keep applying the pressure.
Not giving him any quarter.
Let's take a look at Vi here real quick. First mark of game 2 in the third. It's gotten into fourth arrow there. Sterner taking a re-rack. JT, talk about the constant chess match that these head-to-head matches can be. Knowing you're going to be on the same pair as someone, knowing that your rev rate is X, theirs is that. They like to do this, you like to do that. They like urethane, you don't like it so much. As Barnes hits the 4-6 there. It just seems like, it's a constant dance these guys are tiptoeing around, trying to not only find something for themselves, but keep an eye on what their opponents are doing to make it all work.
It is a chess match. I mean, think about it for a second. So you go into the match, and let's just say you want to make the lanes nice for yourself, right? So you do that, and you bowl a good score, but then you factor in what the other player is doing. And what if you make the lanes easier for your opponent more than you are for yourself? You've just made a mistake. Or on the other hand, you don't take into consideration where your opponent's trying to play the lanes, and you play the lanes where you want to play them, and then you end up making the lanes very difficult. That could be good for you or bad for you, depending on where they're difficult from. So you really do have to constantly watch your opponent during practice, see what your opponent's doing, gauge what your opponent's ball reaction is, and what you think that ball reaction is going to yield in terms of score, and then base your strategy off of that. And, for 15 years on this tour, Chris Barnes was the master at head-to-head matches. And he's still pretty darn good.
Can't argue that. EJ with an absolutely devastating 10-pin there. Those are just 2 dirty ring 10s for him so far.
Well, it's interesting because we've really got 2 matches that have completely opposite complexions. You have this match where Jason and EJ are kind of helping each other make the pair easier for both of each other. But EJ with the slow start, is not going to be able to afford a lot more of those ring and 10s. And then you've got the Vi Barnes match where it looks like they've chopped up the pair a little bit more inconsistently, and so it looks like they might get a little ugly. Although Vi has found a way to cobble together a 3-bagger.
I was going to say, last shot up on 61, he made he's considerably farther left.
Will be able to cobble a 3-bagger if he can get this one. That was pretty sweet right there. And that forces Chris Barnes' hand to figure something out here pretty quickly.
The 4-6 on that one last time. Gets a little bit closer, but still pays the price. 4-9.
now it kind of looks like the momentum has flipped, and Chris Vi has gotten to a part of the match or a part where it looks like, his ball reaction is what he's liked, pretty much throughout the match play portion of the tournament.
That did not sound good, JT. It sounded like a flyby there on that single pin.
Yes, correct. Jason Sterner, miscue.
Barnes moving in. Getting closer to where Vi is playing and mixes them up.
And just as quickly as Jason Sterner misses that single pin to give EJ an opening, he leaves a blower 7-10. And the way he's been shooting the 7-10 or the 10 pin, maybe we should.
I was going to say I can kind of catch it from our backstage area here. So after Chris's shot, we'll let's see if we can get over there in time.
Almost. Well, Chris Vi is lined up now, Aaron Smith.
And he took the opportunity on his final shot. He had a 3-10 left standing. He tried a different ball, which I believe is the ball he's stuck with here. And still had to make some adjustments, back-to-back splits to start that game, but delivering the business right now. Open 9 spare. Looking for 5 in a row.
Bang.
How good is this Chris Vi guy? Just been an absolute stud at the majors. Put himself in position for one more.
The first time I saw Chris Vi, I was extremely impressed with his game. It was at team trials, and I thought he would be a big star on the PBA tour, and came out and didn't do all that well. And I was kind of surprised with his early struggles, but he's kept it together. Made his first show in 2019, and then now he keeps making shows consistently. He bowled a 300 game on television. He is for real, and he could potentially win a lot of titles out here on the PBA tour. He's got all of the tools. He's versatile. He can play every part of the lane. He's good with urethane. He's good with reactive. He's incredibly fit. Takes great care of himself. He's a great spare shooter. There's really not much that can go wrong with that. Barnes with a good shot there. Not quite able to get the 10 to go for a turkey. That's a big mistake.
My goodness. Uncharacteristic. We talked about Barnes having the opportunity to push the pedal to the floor after those 2 early opens. Unable to do so, Chris Vi switch it into high gear here. flip this game around. Has moved into the lead, but could have been a really big 9th and 10th frame there with a couple strikes. Still has 226 out there, though, with the spare. Barnes can max at 182. Couple of spares for Sterner after the missed single pin. Can get to 225.
Boy, that 710 was huge for EJ. I mean, that strikes, and he's in the potentially 260s if he can strike here, which he does.
I mean, how close is EJ to having the front 9 right now? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. He's pulled a fantastic game.
2 ring 10s, a pocket 710. 46 is chopping away, though. Gain at least 21 on that 84. Sterner is unable to put together a double. He'll sneak a little closer, and gotta like the look moving forward.
That's just 10 back right there.
Take a look here. First shot of the 10th for Vi. .226 still out there. Let's go back to EJ. Second shot to get into the 240s here.
Just 10 back.
Guy should have the front 11 right now.
Oh, he's just throwing pins all over the place. So big 10th frame here for Jason Sterner.
Chris Vi, double in the 10th. One more to get to 226. Looks like he connected there. He's going to be at 423 now. He's going to have the lead heading into game 3. Oh.
Just tickles the 7 pin over.
It's like you guys were in cahoots on that move right there that he had as well.
Well, that was big because he misses there, and he loses 21 pins to EJ. Now he's going to have a chance to throw another strike and stay within 11 here in game number 2, which would keep him more than 70 ahead with 1 to go.
Barnes is going to be in the 170s with the conversion. Can now max at 172. Big double. Going to be keeping EJ about 60 pins at bay here. With just one game left to go, this is the point of the day where we will get down to 6 players left in the field here at the 2021 USBC Masters from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Jesper Svensson, the top seed. Thomas Larson, the 2 seed. They're set.
Very nice finish there for Jason Sterner.
He's going to be up 472 to 409, so a 63 pin advantage. Chris Vi up 423 to 378, so he's up 45 on Chris Barnes. Once again, folks, we have one more round here on Bowl TV after this. A 4-way match. 3-game total pinfall. 3 players will advance. 1 player, unfortunately, will be left behind as the number 6th place in the standings and fall just short of qualifying for tomorrow's FS1 Step Ladder Finals, 2 p.m. Eastern, Fox Sports 1.
Well, if Sterner can keep applying the pressure, there's not much EJ is going to be able to do. 63 pin lead, so that means 237 is Sterner's magic number.
The magic numbers are back. Oh,
man.
Oh.
That's got to be a killer when you've been leaving 7 10s and ringing 10s like EJ has, and to see that.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Aaron, you ever go to the beach?
No, I don't, but go ahead.
Okay. If you ever did go to the beach, sometimes waves will come in, and then as they break, another wave will break over the top of that wave, and it's like the water shoots forward. That's what that messenger just did.
When you put it like that, it sounds soothing and not nearly as violent as what those pins just experienced. Oh, EJ says, one for me. One for me, EJ. Guy should have 15 in a row after that ball change.
Well, he's still alive. Still alive. Still a lot of game left. I watched a match here at the National Bowling Stadium 11 years ago. where a man was down 54 pins and bowled 300 the last game to lock up a spot on the TV show. His name was Chris Barnes.
Chris Barnes is going to need some strikes just like that. Jason Sterner says, not going anywhere.
He's doing exactly what he has to do, Aaron.
I mean, EJ had a strike-for-strike battle in Game 3 of his last match against Michael Holloman, where Holloman ended up shooting 290, but EJ was ahead. Holloman was trying to come back.
Man, that one changed direction hard.
This could be the end to Barnes' magical run here. Gets the 610, but Chris Vi, early three-bagger. 45 pins in his back pocket.
Oh, not quite. That was one of the those weaker waves at the beach, Aaron, that don't quite make it all the way up to your towel.
Well, that's good. It's important to have a dry towel.
You don't want one of those EJ waves hitting your towel. It'll take your towel back out to the ocean with it. Okay. Just enough to spare the 10 pin. EJ's got to keep striking. Remember, Sterner, if he shoots 237 or better, EJ would have to shoot 300. And every time EJ misses, that number goes down for Sterner. Hasn't missed yet.
And at this point, that would be a quick 21 pin drop for any type of 9 count. 300 max drops to 279, just like that. Quickly drop it down to 216. This will be 7 wins in a row for Sterner if he's able to get the job done.
Man, wow.
EJ is piping it.
This is really impressive bowling. I mean, I know EJ Tackett's good, but, you know, I used to cover the PBA Tour for quite some time, and he was just starting to become a really good player when I stepped away. And, you know, I've obviously watched him bowl on television and have been very impressed with his career. But the way he's bowled this week has just shown me something new that I didn't even know he had. And it's been very, very, very impressive.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Chris Vi here. Front 4. Make it 5 for Chris Vi. Barnes in dire straits.
He is. He's in big, big trouble. Already was down 45 going into this game. And now with an open and Chris Vi starting with the front 5. Things are not looking good. Although I did pick Chris Vi in our latest bet that you guys wanted to challenge me with.
This is true. It's looking like you and both you and Mike will have
The survivors?
players advancing to the next match.
Yes.
Outside of Sterner, as you mentioned, his magic number. But EJ, man, that split in the 10th frame of game one, that big four, that second big four on that lane, makes the ball change. 2 ring 10s and a pocket 7-10. Everything else strikes.
Hey, real quick, I'm here listening. I didn't know when I made that pick that there was another round before the show. I don't think I may have had the same pick. But anyway, Jason Sterner, thanks for making me look good.
He certainly has. One more time, 5 out of 6.
He just looks really, really good. He looked good in practice. He looked good in all of qualifying. And, you know, I was in the front row when he bowled 299 against Malott at about 2 in the morning in Detroit. And he looked, you know, he stuck all his shots, but just had kind of a look again. You just see a look in his pep in the guy's steps sometimes. I kind of saw that again here. He took a little break, went home, refreshed, worked on his game, and he's bowling great.
EJ just hammering the pocket.
Chris Fye got up to 6 in a row, missed in frame 7, but is well on his way. To collecting a win here.
Yeah, that match is all over, but it sure was fun to watch Chris Barnes make a run here at the Masters. And EJ with a really good shot there, just a touch high, leaves a 4-pin, and that makes it that much closer for Jason Sterner. So 217 now, Jason Sterner's magic number. He's already pacing in the 220s. So all he would need to do is stay clean the rest of this game, and he'll be moving on.
Sterner has shown complete control of the pocket so far in this match, as outside of one miscue on a single pin. 247, 225 so far.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Good break. That could have been a big 4.
And it works both ways in these matches. You need to get the hits, and you need to avoid the disasters, and that certainly could have been a disaster. Instead, just looking at a 7-pin and did not get that first step going the right way. So full refresh coming.
Yeah, don't take these for granted. Just go through your process. Make the spare. Move on to the next frame.
Chris Vi moving on. Chris Barnes going to be eliminated in the 7-8 round.
Okay.
Take it all day. Take it to the bank. As you mentioned, on a 220 pace. Just has to fill these last 3 frames. And he will be 7 for 7 in the elimination bracket. I'm happy when I wake up on time 7 days in a row. Here this guy is winning 3-game matches against the best in the world. An absolutely crazy tough 40-foot condition.
Well, this is a must strike here for EJ Tackett.
He's got to go sheet.
Still has a chance, though. That's been very, very impressive.
JT, these last 2 games from EJ have just been phenomenal. Just absolutely phenomenal since the ball change.
Yeah, it's just willing them down. I mean, that's what great players do. He's a great player. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. But he's got a long way to go in his career. He could be one of the all-time great players.
Mm-hmm.
And what he's showing us here this match with the way he's playing this pattern shreds the rack there, and he knows that still keeps him alive. He's given himself a chance to win.
Keep him honest. EJ can get to 688 still.
Yeah, that means Sterner would need 217 or better, and he's on a 227 pace right now. So a couple marks with decent count. And that will be enough, but he's been high on his last 2 shots. I don't know if that's just a couple of bad shots or if he needs to make a move. That looks high again.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Goodness gracious. I mean, for the 10th frame here, do you hope you have one more? Do you make a move? Do you even put a 210 into, I mean,
I don't know.
It's been so close to being really rough these past 3 frames.
Well, he's throwing it so hard that if he moves his feet, you bring in bucket into play.
Basically, any type of mark here for Jason Sterner. We'll get him into the 690s. And he will become the 4th player. And will join Spencer Robarge, Sam Cooley, and Chris Vi in the fight for the final 3 spots on TV.
Well, he's been high the last 3 shots. Needs a mark. It's high again.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh. What just happened there?
He almost
Oh my
tripped
God.
the 3-pin forward.
Holy cow.
I mean, 3-6-10, then it was a 3-10, which you do not want to shoot with a match on the line, and almost ends up with a strike.
There it is. There it is. Cashing in. Wow. Those last 4 frames, JT.
Just grind it out, baby. Make those spares. Still needs a few pins, but I think we can give him the 3 count. But he did what he had to do. I mean, got off to a big lead. EJ heroically almost ran him down, put all the pressure on him, but he did enough to advance, and he's bowled fantastic all week long.
7 wins in a row here in match play for Jason Sterner. An 8th one gets him to the show all the way through the elimination bracket, and he's going to have a chance next here on Bull TV. Our final round of coverage of the 2021 USBC Masters before tomorrow's stepladder finals is coming up next. We're going to have about a 20-minute break, folks. We're going to keep the cameras rolling. We're going to be on 63 and 64. Just the one channel left. 4 players, so a new dynamic to that as well. So they haven't seen that much traffic on the lane in a while. Going to be there for 3 games, so that's going to be something new to work into the mix. Spencer Robarge will be alone on the left side, the 18-year-old phenom. Sam Cooley is going to be there fresh off his win at the World Series of Bowling. Jason Sterner, now 7 wins in a row. And next, we're going to talk to Chris Vai, who's going to be joining them in that match. Let's bring him in. Chris, how are you doing, sir? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Doing all right.
It's been quite a tournament, quite a bunch of matches, but you're here. You're in the finals of the elimination bracket. How much is the dynamic going to change, you think, adding 2 more players to the pair? Obviously, Spencer on the left side, but how do you think that's going to change the strategy going into that match?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to break down a little bit quicker, and they seem to have been already breaking down quicker just as more and more re-oils have happened. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Going to kind of feel like a little bit more of like qualifying, but, yeah, I see him breaking down pretty quick, and I feel confident what I have in the middle part of the lane. It's kind of the strategy I had against a Barnes there. Felt like my look was a little bit better in the inside part of the lane than he would have, and you know, I took my chances, and it ended up paying off in the end.
Yeah, it feels like every match, at some point in the match, you've got that look, and you're able to run off a big string of strikes in the middle of the match or at the beginning of the match to give yourself that cushion. What are you going to do in the practice leading up to try to give yourself that look as quickly as possible, or do you just kind of wait until it develops on its own?
Yeah, I mean, I've had kind of pretty much a similar strategy throughout all the matches. Just kind of how far left I want to break him down or how far right I want to break him down. It's just kind of been the difference. And yeah, I don't know. We'll kind of see where it goes. I may start a little farther right just because there is that extra person going to be on the pair, at least extra right-hander. So yeah, we'll see how it goes and just kind of go from there. They kind of honestly pair to pair, and they're kind of breaking down a little bit different each time, and I had to go to certain balls quicker or certain balls not as fast. So just kind of play it by ear, see what the pair has for me, and go from there.
Chris, you got into the elimination bracket pretty early. Talk about winning 6 matches in a row to put yourself in this position, just how tough that is with the caliber of players out here.
Yeah, I mean, winning a match against any of these guys out here is difficult in itself. So you kind of just have to take it, one shot at a time and, one match at a time realistically, because anything can happen, especially when they're this hard. You can give up a lot of pins really quickly, and you can make up ground really quickly as well. So got to be on your toes at all times. And, luckily I've thrown some good shots when I needed to and been able to hold on.
All right, Chris. Well, we will let you get ready for that last match. Thank you again for joining us here on Bull TV, and best of luck in this final upcoming match.
Thank you, guys.
All right, JT. Some craziness there. Chris Vi, Jason Sterner, an incredible comeback attempt by EJ Tackett. Just wow. And the good news for all the folks watching on Bull TV, you get one more round of wow before we finally call it a day here. As you said, can't beat the Masters, folks. Just the tournament, the drama, every single round. You find something cool. You find something compelling. You find something exciting. And we got more excitement coming. Let's get it.
You are excited, Aaron Smith, and I am too. And we've got an 18-year-old coming up in the next match. It would be, what an amazing story that would be if he could make it into the Masters TV finals. We've got Jason Sterner, who's basically worked his way all the way from the beginning of the elimination bracket all the way into this final match, and Chris Vi, who's really almost done the same thing. He's followed the same road, and then Sam Cooley, who just got his first title on tour just recently. Those three right-handers are going to have a really interesting strategy session to go through with all those guys playing completely different parts of the lane. Sterner playing, up with urethane, and Vi playing, hooking it from the middle part of the lane, and then Sam Cooley slow hooking it with urethane, and then you've got the 18-year-old out on the left all by himself. But before we sign off, we've got one more guest, which is Jason Sterner, who's been bowling fantastically all week. He's probably exhausted. It's a good thing he's now super fit and he's able to go all these extra games, because he has had a long road to get into this final match. Jason, how you feeling going into this next set of matches, this final match?
I feel like I'm 50 years old, but luckily I got some food there, and yeah, I just like you said, thank God I've been doing some working out in the off season. Heather's got me in shape, and definitely paid off today. Just kind of kept my head about me and stayed hydrated, stayed fueled with some protein and these bars. So hopefully I got enough for 3 more games. And game plan is still the same. And unless something deviates, they've thrown a lot at me. So I've been able to kind of overcome it, whether it's been surface or plastic or whatever. So just going to keep doing me, and we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, you've been one of the few players, it feels like, in the field that have kind of had a ball reaction all week. You did great in the qualifying. You've done great in the matches. Even the match you lost, you bowled great. What do you think is going to be different with this match with the other two righties? Do you think they're going to be far enough left of you that you'll still be able to keep doing what you've been doing all week?
I think so, unless they have a plan to kind of move me off my spot. But other than that, I'll just keep working within my ranges and stay within myself and keep executing what the lane gives me. So it's been working well this far, and we're not going to change yet. Unless something comes out of left field. But like you said, I think they're going to be left to me unless they have a different strategy. So just keep my head clean and just keep making shots, filling frames.
Jason, JT referenced that you lost your opening match, which in turn leads to the longest trip in bowling, I believe, is all the way through the elimination bracket to get to this match. So 7 wins in a row to get there. How did you refocus, knowing that you had to essentially, okay, it's going to be a long day if I want to put myself in position to win this tournament?
Yeah, actually, I would say it was a blessing, but I don't know now after 7 matches. But seeing what he did to me and forcing me out of my zone kind of led the blueprint for these next 7 matches. So I kind of paid attention from the loss, and it actually was very rewarding. So we just got to find some energy for 3 more games and commit to what we're doing. So,
well, Jason, we'll let you find it there. Amazing bowling so far this week. Best of luck in this final match.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, JT. There it is. We got to talk to Jason. We got to talk to Chris on site right before the big match. This is so cool. I'm having a blast.
Well, we're gonna leave the stream going. All we got to do is make one switch at this point. Now it's easy for us, but these guys are gonna have an epic match. 4 players for 3 spots, and then we'll have our 5 finalists for the USBC Masters Finals coming up tomorrow on FS1.
All right, folks. Big thanks to Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, Mike Flanagan. I'm Aaron Smith. We'll be right back for the final round of match play. That's it. We're going to have our 5. It's happening. About 20 minutes. Let's go. It's going to happen. Hang tight. Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, players, this is your 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining in your warm-up.
Sterner lead off left.
anchor left. Right, we left right. Police, first name is still Sam.
All right, this is it again, 3-game total pinfall. The total score will determine the seed in the match, as I mentioned. 4 players, 3 spots available. Orders are set. Players, good luck, good score.
Poetically put by Damon Sirocco, 4 players for 3 spots. We are here, the final round of competition here in match play at the 2021 USBC Masters from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. My name is Aaron Smith. We've been here all week, folks, leading up to this moment. 3 players are going to advance. A 3-game total pinfall match on this grueling 40-foot condition that we've seen all week. Various styles, various ways of getting there. But we have Jason Sterner, Spencer Robarge, Chris Vi, and Sam Cooley looking to earn their spot tomorrow on FS1, 2 p.m. Eastern, for a chance to win the Masters. Jesper Svensson, the top seed. He's right here behind me. And Thomas Larson, already on the show. Jesper, the top seed. Who's going to join him? The high series from these 4 players will be the number 3 seed. The second highest series will be the 4 seed. The third highest will be the 5th seed. And the lowest series out of these 4 players will unfortunately be eliminated and see their Masters run come to an end tonight. With that, let's bring in Jason Thomas as well to the broadcast. JT, it's been such a crazy, amazing tournament. And now we're here. This is the moment. How... I don't know where this is going to go, but we've had so much fun. How does this get better? JT, I think you got me on mute again.
My Jason Belmonte trick again.
2 for 2.
But this is a match where all you have to do, if you're running from a bear in the forest and you're in a group, just don't be the slowest. Just don't be the slowest, right? So you would assume, because of the way these players are breaking the lanes down, that Spencer would be the safest, right? Spencer's had a good look all week long from out on the left side. Nobody's going to touch what he's doing. There's no reason other than the fact that he's 18 years old and shouldn't even be here, by most people's rules of the way the world is supposed to work, that he should be one of our finalists here. And then these other 3 guys, they've had various good looks throughout the week, but they've had to, manufacture things. Jason Sterner is probably the one that's had the most consistent good look all week. But is something that Chris Vi or Sam Cooley going to change, the look that he's had all week? We'll have to see. But in my opinion, Sam Cooley could be the one that has kind of the most rocky road to the final, because he's been slow hooking urethane, and that's been his best look all week. So we'll have to see with Sterner out to the right of him if that causes some issues with him being able to get the ball around the corner later in this match, or if Chris Vi to the left of him with reactive messes with his hold.
Here's our first look at Sam here. And he looks ready to outrun the bear there, JT.
So far, so good. Great shot right out of the gate. But you can see he's a little bit left of where Sterner is. Quite a bit left, actually. And He's really hitting it hard, and as the matches have progressed, he's actually transitioned left with his feet and slowed the ball down and stayed with the urethane. And what's going to happen if he gets into that mode is he's going to run into where Chris Vi is playing with reactive. And then if he tries to swing it right a little quicker, he's going to hit Jason Sterner's carry down. So in my mind, he's the one. If you're just going purely by how they're playing the lanes and ball reactions, which that isn't how this game is played. You actually have to go out and play it. But if you're just going by percentages, my bet would be that he would be the odd man out.
We did run a poll prior to the start of this match for the Bowl TV viewers to see who they thought was going to be in that position, and they agreed with you, JT. They thought, or 43% of the viewers who responded said they thought Sam Cooley might be the odd man out here, but the best part is we get to see it play out right here on Bowl TV.
He certainly has a good look right now. How about Spencer Robards just getting right up and just sending 10 back on his first two shots?
You said 18. It's just a number here, kids.
What a story that would be. That 2-4-5 for Sterner. We've seen that in early on in his matches. Every now and then he'll leak one a little bit and he'll 2-4-5, but then as the lanes break down and he builds up some carry down, he actually can bump a little bit to the right and play the hold. But we'll have to see early on in the match if he can avoid leaking those shots to the right and leaving those buckets. Good spare conversion there on the 2-4-5 from Sterner.
For the folks watching on Bowl TV, we will have one more giveaway this evening of Ultimate Ears speakers. We'll get that out of the way early here in the finals. I like frame 5 last time. Let's do it again after frame 5 here in game 1 of this 3-game total pinfall match to determine the final spots on the TV show. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, FS1. We will have a giveaway for you good folks. Early statement from Spencer.
Just 10 back, all 3 shots.
One left-hander already on the show, Jesper Svensson.
And really the only match we've seen Spencer struggle at all was that match against Svensson, but that was because he had somebody on his side of the lane changing his transition, and it was really the first time he got a chance to look at it. So in this match, he's not going to have that problem.
.210 for Vi, frame 4. I'm curious going into the finals, based off of how that match kind of progressed. it got after a high-scoring opener, it got really sloppy in game 2 before Jesper started to kind of bear down and get the job done and take care of business to move on. But for Jesper, I'm curious if you would prefer to see a little traffic on that side, or he'd prefer the righties to make it out of this match and have the left side all to himself.
Yeah, I would guess the latter. He would probably prefer to just be able to set the pair up for himself. But something else that could happen here too is Spencer could get the 5 seed or the 4 seed and bowl 3 games on the pair leading up to the final.
As he gets ready for frame number 4 here, we're going to bring in Matt Cannizzaro for a second, folks. And I never get that hit. As Matt perked up when I mentioned that, so I think he's had the opportunity to talk to Jesper. So Matt Cannizzaro joining the broadcast. Matt, what do you got?
Hi guys, great
Hello.
coverage so far. I've been sitting here in the shadows, watching and listening. Great stuff, great insight. I actually did just talk to Jesper Svensson, and I had to bring up the fact, of course, that he averaged just over 200 in qualifying and about 208 in match play. So I asked him just point blank, do you think 2-0 is going to be enough to win this thing? Obviously, he's one win away from the title, and likely going to take more than that. Where is he going to get those extra pins? And he said that during his match with Spencer earlier, being that was the first time he saw, another left-hander and up that close, he said he learned a lot from watching Spencer and his game plan, and took away some pretty good notes about how Spencer attacked the lanes and how they changed during those 3 games. So his game plan, of course, will be dependent on whether or not Spencer makes the show. Of course, there's going to be an A plan and a B plan, and he's going to look at what Spencer does out there and think back and remember what happened during their match today, and go in there. And he thinks he's definitely got 10 great shots in him, and enough to perhaps have one of the biggest games of his week to take home major title number 2.
Matt, thank you for that. That was excellent timing and excellent insight into what our top seed is thinking about heading into tomorrow's final match. Thank you, Matt.
Shreds the rack once again. Front 5.
Any concerns about the layoff of having a few rounds off, or the nerves, or the moment?
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
Ooh. Man. Boy, when you can hit the pocket and control the pocket like that and get that messenger hit, that's why he's in this match. Just missed the messenger on that one, but boy, when you can go that straight and still get the ball to go through the pins like that, and the scores are this low, it's a good recipe for success.
We talked so much about Jason's run through the elimination bracket, 7 wins in a row. But along the way, that included eliminating Chris Prather, Jason Belmonte, and EJ Tackett.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive group of players there. Murderers Row. A couple of the last few players of the year on tour, and somebody who's knocking on the door to become a player of the year candidate in his own right in Chris Prather.
Six for 6, folks.
That's impressive stuff.
Let's get that giveaway going. Spencer's got 6. Giveaway going to get underway here momentarily. All you have to do, you'll see the prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. There'll be a countdown for about 60 seconds. Then there'll be another countdown with a submit entry button. All you have to do is click submit entry and you'll have an opportunity to win. If you're in full screen right now, you might want to hop out of it for a second for this if you want to have a chance to win the Ultimate Ears speakers.
Another great shot there for Sam Cooley. And, you know, I'll revise my statement a little bit from before. You know, I think this is going to be a race between Chris Vi and Sam Cooley. I think Jason Sterner's going to be okay. I don't think anybody's going to touch what he's trying to do. And I think he's bowling well enough that he's not going to shoot anything low. He's just going to be solid, just like he's been all week, and more than likely give himself a chance. But I really think this is going to come down to a match between Sam Cooley and Chris Vi.
Giveaway underway. Good luck, everybody. Once again, just have to hit that submit entry button. JT, I agree with your point, though. For everything you mentioned, Jason's been able to do his own thing outside. His ball speed has allowed him to do that. Spencer's unfazed at the moment.
Yeah, Spencer's he's just so impressive.
So Chris's reactive ball versus Sam's urethane. Seven for 7. Just wow. 18 years old. 6 years ago, 2015, won the U12 Junior Gold Championships under the bright lights of TV. Back-to-back USA Bowling National Championships under the bright lights of TV. The PBA Junior National Championship under the bright lights of TV. You see a trend here. The kid is unfazed.
And he's just posting shot after shot after shot. It's the first really errant shot we've seen from Sam Cooley. The split he left in the third, I think, was a pretty good shot. But that one really didn't have any chance of hitting the pocket.
Miscue there from Sam on the baby split. Game 1 of 3, folks. J.A. Miller won our giveaway, so congratulations. Our marketing department will reach out to you in the next couple days to redeem your prize. Big thanks to everybody for being part of our giveaways so far this week. It's been fun. It's been exciting to go along with all this great bowling here at the Masters. Was I too loud, JT?
Be quiet, Aaron Smith. Now, the only thing I can see that could really hold Jason Sterner back would be if he were to run into some carry issues. But he's just been so darn consistent all week. He's been up near the top of the leaderboard all week during qualifying. And even though he lost that first match, consistently shooting solid scores all throughout the bracket. A little high, good break there.
He's broken up a lot of those in the past 45 minutes or so, it seems.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the angle because he's coming in so straight rather than a sharp angle. He's not leaving a lot of designs and big splits. And his spare shooting has been pretty outstanding. Just the one miss there in the match against EJ Tackett.
Sam looking to bounce back after the open frame in the 7th. Still has 229 out there.
And ball change there, Aaron Smith. Change to reactive. I think he might have seen the writing on the wall a little bit with Chris Vi looking like he's got a decent. I mean, you look at the score and you go, okay, he doesn't have the world's greatest ball reaction, but it's not terrible. And I think Sam realizes at some point Chris is going to get that look that he's had kind of throughout some point in the matches all week, the last 2 days, I should say. And he sees it coming. So he's saying, if I don't get out of this urethane ball, I'm going to be the odd man out. I need to get on top of what Chris is doing and at least give myself a chance.
Spencer, 8 for 8.
That last one was a Gwen Stefani.
It was no doubt, JT?
No doubt.
I was hoping that was the correct answer. I was not ready to spell out bananas.
It's bananas that we've got an 18-year-old who's about to shoot 300. By the way, this would be his 46th certified 300, which would add to his already record-setting number for youth bowler. But I think this would be the biggest.
They call him the Flash, folks. Jason Sterner. Sterner still at 236 out there. First look at reactive here on the right lane. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, I think that was a smart move. I think the more he stayed in that urethane ball, the more difficult it would be to make the switch to reactive later. So I think that's a smart move. It's going to give him a chance to hang with Chris Vi. And kind of see the transition with him. Hook. Well, the run comes to an end. It's not going to be 300 number 46 for Spencer Robarge. But spare here and a couple of strikes in the 10th, and that's a nice little start to punching his ticket into a televised finals. How do you go back to high school after this?
The pride of Kickapoo, Kickapoo High School.
Man.
We'll be ready for this. To be fair, they should be used to it. The kid makes TV every summer.
True.
But this is something crazy. Just a few years ago, 2016, Anthony Simonson making it to the finals and winning the Masters at 19. Spencer off to a phenomenal start here in hopes of putting himself on the show and giving him a chance to surpass that record. And I saw some folks talking in the chat a little bit earlier, talking about the youngest to win a PBA Tour title, which belongs to Norm Duke. I'm not sure how that would play here, knowing that Spencer is not a PBA member.
Well, it's still a PBA tournament that he'd be winning at a certain age.
Into the 10th frame we go. Sterner with a spare already can get to 216 with that first strike in the 10th. 222 still out there for Chris Vi. 279 the max for Spencer. Sam Cooley still has 219, so shaping up to be a good opening match here with everybody still in the mix.
Good solid score for Jason Sterner. I know he was a little disappointed with that first shot in the 10th because he could have gotten to 230. But still a good start for Jason. The transition shaping up pretty much like we've seen it, the whole time in these matches for Chris Vi. He gets close with that high road, and I mean that was a really good shot there, but it just didn't quite make it around the corner. He 2/8s, and then usually right after that starts to happen, that's when he goes on his run. So my guess would be that he's starting to see what he likes out there.
And in the Barnes match, this is where he made the ball change just to try something on that 310, and looks like he's making the ball change again here, and he moved in to start game 2.
Yeah.
So if he's feeling the same thing, yeah, it looks like
good eye. Good eye, Aaron. Exactly right.
They potentially move another zone left. Start giving it the business like he did in that second and third match.
And, the old saying on tour when there were elimination matches leading up to the show was that the person who gets left first wins. And so, Sam Cooley's going to get a couple of chances maybe to look at his ball reaction and probably realizing that, starting this next game, Vi's going to be left to me. And is that good for me? Well, good break there, just leaving the 10 pin. He's going to get a chance to make this and then get one more look at maybe a jump to the left.
.267 out of the gates, Spencer.
I think Sam may have taken the fastest spare ball crown from Oscu Palermo. I noticed Oscu was not throwing bullets at his single pins. He was throwing a two-handed shot at them this week. Well, got to look at what he has from a little further left, and I think he's close. But the problem is, close here means 2-8-10 big four.
Fair point. Fair assumption of what we've seen out there this week, but that was going to be the you mentioned with Vi, and then we saw him make the ball change. We'll see if he sticks with it here, but it seems that's been the especially here on the high end, is once the right-handers got in, once the speed bump we've talked about all week, and then I'm not sure how much Jason's ball is carrying down with his ball speed, but scores after run: Robarge 267, Sterner 216, Vi 210, Cooley 196. 2 games left here, folks. And here's the ball change. Into fourth arrow.
Didn't throw that one very, very good. It is so hard, though, when they are this touchy, to trust yourself to throw it right, because you end up leaving what Sam left on the fill ball. 2-8-10. Spencer's going to make the move. We noticed, in some of his matches earlier today and yesterday, he would drill the pocket the first 5-6 frames, and then the ball would start to go high, and that's when he'd have to start making his adjustments. And it looks like the motion he just made when he walked back was, I need to parallel in just a touch.
Folks, just a reminder, the finals tomorrow, stepladder finals here at the USBC Masters for 2021 from the National Bowling Stadium, will be on FS1, Fox Sports 1 at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Later that day, however, we will be back here on Bowl TV. The pre-tournament qualifier for the U.S. Open will get underway. We will be here broadcasting that as we look to fill the field of the USO, get to our 108 players to get ready for competition kicking off on Tuesday. Throughout the course of the week, we've had a few different event tickets for sale, and there will be a new U.S. Open ticket available a little bit later tonight, $8.95 plus transaction fees. But we just want to give you a reminder that there's also, for $1 more for a month, is a recurring subscription. Pick up a monthly subscription to Bowl TV. Not only will that get you through the U.S. Open, you'll get to watch the ITC sectional qualifiers in the middle of April. That will also get you to the next two PWBA Tour events, the Twin Cities Open and the Lincoln Open, all in the next month here on BullTV.com. So for $1 more, you get all that and the ability to unlock the entire site, getting the archived events, on-demand videos, backstage, coaching, the historical content, all for $9.95. And folks, we know you love the PWBA Tour. If you want to commit all season, $79.95 for an annual subscription. That gets you the rest of the PWBA Tour. That's 17 events right there. The Junior Gold Championships, the ITC, the ISC, the top senior events, Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic, the brand new Boulders Journal Team Championship Series in the fall, and of course, all the way into 2022 Team USA Trials, kicking things back off to start the year. So a few options to look forward to, but we certainly appreciate all the support here this week and look forward to having it once again throughout the U.S. Open.
Jason Sterner making pretty shots. And Chris Vi got one in, hated it, and it held for dead flush. And so every shot you throw, you're picking up information. And Chris Vi now knows he might be able to get away with one just a touch left. So that might be his new target. You just move your eyes to where you know you can miss, or maybe a board right of that. And this could be the moment where he puts together that run of strikes that we've seen the last few matches. Spencer continuing to pound the pocket. Another no doubter there. Oh, pretty close.
Game 2 of 3, total pinfall match to determine the final 3 finalists for the step ladder tomorrow here at the USBC Masters. Refresh from Jason Sterner. Looking for an early 3-bagger.
Those are pretty shots, Aaron Smith. Posting it. Got the little finger point going on. And shimming it right in there. Dead flush.
I'd like to bring Matt Cannizzaro back in for a quick second. Matt, I know you had the opportunity to talk to Jason a couple days ago. And now that we're here, and potentially on the cusp of a television appearance. I know he was on TV just not too long ago. Tell us a little about the transformation he's made, in his game to get more comfortable for moments like this, and the eventuality of hopefully being on TV and contending for PBA Tour titles for some time to come.
Certainly, Mr. Smith. And again, in chatting with him and hearing about some of his recent training with the Bowl U program and starting to understand what's happening out there on the lanes and why, what the effect is of balls going down the lane, other players, oil migration, all of the technical things that you can just think through sometimes and try to get a better handle on what moves you need to make and make them faster. I think that was the one thing he mentioned as being kind of a detriment over the years, is just not seeing things as quickly as he should. And then when he did see them, it was a matter of trying to overpower them rather than making smarter moves and doing them quickly. For the TV part of it, he did say that his experience, of course, his titles have come off TV, right? So a totally different environment there. But from his few TV appearances, he realized how quickly those matches go and how quickly things change on TV compared to just during the event, transition wise, and with the TV lights, and just the whole environment is different. So as he gets more comfortable getting there and being there, those moves and those ideas will happen faster, just like they do during the regular tournament. So it's just a progression. First you have to get there, get to the next level, and then you have to figure out how to be successful there. And then with that will come the victories on TV and potentially the titles and being comfortable and consistent with that. So taking advantage of the moment, realizing what's happening, slowing it down, and then consistently, the more you get there, the more it's going to happen for you, most likely.
Thanks, Matt. .216 in the opener for Sterner, looking for 4 in a row.
Ooh, that was awfully close. Awfully close. Very good shot, though. And, that's the difference between, the look that Sterner has and the look that Chris Vi and Sam Cooley have. When Sterner misses, it's a 4-pin or a 10-pin. When Vi or Cooley miss, they have to pray for something makeable.
Sterner did say it might have been a blessing in disguise to drop his opening match to Cortez Schenk. Learned some things along the way. He bowled well in that match, shot 661. Cortez was in the 690s, though, to send Jason to the elimination bracket, where he has since rallied off 7 consecutive wins. But this is the first time he's seen this much traffic on the right side as well. We saw toward the end of the EJ match, potentially running out of space with where he was at. JT, where do you think if Jason starts to see that again, knowing his ball speed and what he can do, would you say stay in the same zone and use that ball speed as much as you can, or could you see him venturing potentially in a little bit or even as far left if I got to that point as Chris and Sam?
No, I don't. And if he did, he would lose. And I don't think he'll have the same issues that he ran into at the end of that match with EJ, because EJ was playing pretty close to where Jason was playing. So EJ for 2 games was close enough to Jason where it started to impact his angle and his line that he was trying to play. And we're not going to see that here in this match because Chris Vi and Sam Cooley are so far left of him, they're never going to touch what Jason's trying to do. Meanwhile, Spencer Robards just keeps striking.
I'm going to bring it full circle here, JT. A full circle moment right now. Several days ago, Nick Hoagland said he wouldn't be surprised if we saw an 800 out here. We've had a few folks run close. Haven't quite got there yet. Last night, as we signed off, Nick was with us with PJ Haggerty and Bill O'Neill. I asked them all to list for the folks who are still left in the winners bracket. You know, who's your lock for the show? Who's going to make it? Nick Hoagland picked Spencer Robards. How fitting would it be if Spencer just went on a ridiculous run here to make Nick's prediction come true while making the show also Nick's prediction?
And also my pick as well. You forgot to mention that. But
I conveniently left it out because I'm still bitter.
That would be pretty cool.
Your pick was much earlier in the event, though, than Nick's. I will say that. That was day one stuff right there.
Well, that's going to make 800 a lot harder. Nice going, Aaron.
It had been a while for me, so yes.
But, you know, it just we saw Jillian Martin come out and make short work of the PWBA tour. And then we saw her and Spencer bowl on this PBA junior show. And you kind of look at them and you go, these are two bowlers that are kind of cut from the same cloth. They're not afraid to win against the best. You know, they're on that show with Jesper Svensson and Danielle McEwen and all these pros, and they're beating them. And they just don't think like normal 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And it's incredibly impressive to watch. But the other thing that made me think that Spencer had a chance this week is because he bowls all the time. You know, he's sharp and he bowls on very difficult conditions. You know, he's young, he's smart, he's studied this game since he was a little kid. He knows everything about the moves, the balls, the oil patterns, topography. I mean, he's basically a pro already. And so for me, it wasn't going out on a limb to pick him as somebody who I thought might do well in the tournament. Second shot, we've really kind of seen Jason bail on a little bit, where he didn't just dead post it. And this is a tricky spare. I like the move, shooting it from the very left part of the lane. It's a good tip on conditions that are tough like this, because there's kind of a feeling of there being kind of a reverse block. If you move to the left, you've got a little bit of margin for error to shoot the spare.
You said that was a Norm Duke trick a little bit earlier this week, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yes. It's just smart playing the lanes, giving yourself the most margin for error. If you miss a little bit right, it catches that hook in the middle of the lane and it gets back. If you miss a little left, it catches the hang and makes the spares that much easier to shoot at. Looks like Chris and Sam getting a little bit closer, but you still can't just grab it or put your thumb down and expect the ball to hold. It's just not gonna do it. We saw Chris get away with one that was a little bit in, but it could have been a combination of him missing it a little bit and also missing in that caused the ball to hold. It's not a good idea, Aaron, to line up off of your bad shots.
Recipe for disaster.
Well, Spencer's gone high the last two shots, so this could be the point. You remember we talked about in his previous matches. He would tend to start going high. That was his miss after. Usually he would get off to a quick start, which he did again here in this match. But then ball would start to go high. And normally when you throw urethane, as the games progress, you actually start missing light because of carry down. But because he's playing such straight angles, the ball's picking up a little bit early in the front part of the lane, which urethane hooks early already. And that's why he's going high. So he's going to have to creep a little bit to the right and maybe slow the ball down just a touch. Another good solid shot for Sterner. Let's see if Chris Vi can get a turkey going here. This has typically been where he has gone on his runs. No.
Second 3-10 conversion this game so far for Chris.
Yeah, those are big. 11 pins every time you make one.
Once again, after one, Robarge 267, Sterner 216, Vi 210, Cooley 196. Excellent adjustment there for Spencer.
Yeah, he's right on it. And it's hard for him to see when the transition's going to happen because he's the only lefty on that side, and there's not a lot of warning. Typically, it just throw a good shot and it goes high, and you have to decide if it was a good shot or not. And if it was, you move. We're starting to get a little squirrely in the middle part of the lane, and what I thought might happen here, but with this being a a grudge match between Cooley and Vi. It's starting to turn out that way. Nice spare.
Staying clean, keeping everything close still. No one's really outside of Spencer in game one, creating some distance between himself and the rest of the field. These guys have kept it close. So we have surpassed the halfway point here of game two, the final elimination shootout.
It's the second time Chris Vi has thrown a shot and not really liked it all and gone dead flush.
Back-to-back light hits there for Sterner on 63. I feel somewhere Nick is smiling because this is going to turn into a spare shooting contest.
Well, they certainly are important. And, PJ Haggerty made a good point last night. He said, even if you're a good spare shooter normally, you're not used to shooting this many spares. So, when the number of spares that you're shooting goes up, it brings into play the possibility that you're going to miss some. And missing spares is probably the most frustrating thing for any pro. And once you start missing them, then you start to press because then you need strikes, and that's when it all kind of unravels. Ten back.
Sterner with a strike puts himself in similar position to last game. Can punch out in the 10th for 236. He was unable to do so, finishing with 216 in game one. Vi has 236 out there as well. Two tens this week, JT.
Yeah, it's not fun. You just get the ball going a little bit away, and it would look like a pretty good shot.
It really did, yes.
And now you got a split that maybe you make 1 out of 4 times.
Just by Chris's mannerisms throughout this game, it just seems like something isn't 100% right. I don't know if it's a footing thing. It just seems like he's walking away from a lot of shots being very frustrated with the execution that got there. And I, from what I can see, I really can't tell, but that seems more uncharacteristic from what we've seen from him in the past with those moments.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure, 100%. And it's hard to say. We saw Kyle Troop have a lot of footing issues here this week. We actually saw him fall a couple times, and so I don't know if it's a footing issue, but by this point in the tournament, you should have your shoes dialed in. But it could just be timing. As we've spoken with a number of players, yeah, good break there, rolling the 2-pin. That could have very easily been another 210. But I don't think Sam thought that was a bad shot either.
It looked good. And all of a sudden, that speed bump out there, just pick up a little bit and
well, Vi's getting close, but going strike, split every other frame. It's not going to get it done.
his max now 204. Cooley can get to 245. Uh-oh.
That just shows you right there what a razor's edge Jason Sterner's playing on. This looks so good.
Okay.
But yeah, you leak one, especially throwing urethane, and it's not going to hit the head pin. Looks like Vi's got a little room on that lane. He hated that shot again. Got it in, but it held. So he's definitely got the look on this right lane. He's just got to figure out what to do on the left lane. His last two shots, he's gone 310 and 210.
A big note moving to the next game. I would assume that they're finishing on lane 63, Vi and Cooley.
Yeah, that's correct. Pretty good bailout.
Couple of nice 310 conversions in there, and
I think he's very happy with that score.
now a pair of 216s for Sterner to get to plus 32. Vi at 14 over.
Huge 10th frame here coming up for Sam Cooley. Got to push. Oh, it does. Great shot.
He did not think otherwise.
Well, these guys, they've got to see that they have a little bit of hold on that lane now. They clearly don't have it on the left lane. And like you said, Aaron, they're going to have to finish on that lane at the end of game 3. Another good shot there from Spencer, just keeping the pressure on.
So it's 222 out there. Could get to 89 over. It's going to be leading the way regardless. This one to get Sam into the 240s. And he would jump ahead into second place. And whoever said, good shot, Sammy, on sight. I concur.
Yeah, guys, that was Tim Mack, and I was actually down there hanging out with the ball reps because I was listening to the broadcast, and you guys are doing a great job, by the way.
Thanks, Mike.
And I was interacting in the chat with the fans. Hope everybody's doing good out there. And I heard you guys talk about Chris Vai doesn't quite look right. So I thought I'd go and try to figure out if there was anything the reps had to report. And Callahan and Timmy both said that Vai's just maybe his timing is slightly off, but he's feeling good, and they really didn't act like really anything was wrong, just maybe a little footing issue or a slight timing issue. And then you guys all love bowling ball updates, so just to let you know, Sam Cooley is throwing a reactive resin ball. I believe it's a 900 Global Reality. Chris Vai's been in a High Road Pearl with Surface. Spencer Robar's been throwing a Pitch Black, and Jason Sterner has been throwing a Purple Hammer. So there's a little update from the lanes. The guys said they don't really see much reason for any ball changes. All the players just need to go out and make shots here in game number 3. And that's the news for now.
Hey, Mike, before you go for that report, I'm going to get you a bloomin' onion soon, all right?
Sounds good. That sounds good. I was waiting for somebody to order one and have it DoorDashed here to the center, but they're just sending me links instead. But I'm loving everything that's happening in the chat. I know we got a bunch of viewers out there. This is Saturday Night's All Right here, and don't forget tomorrow night or tomorrow morning, depending on where you live. It's going to be an unbelievable show. So let's have a good one here, and you guys take it home.
Thanks, Mike. Here we go, folks. It's time. Game 3. Spencer leading at 479. Sam Cooley moves into second, 438. Jason Sterner, 432. Chris Vai, 414. Nothing settled yet. Here in the final game of the elimination bracket at the 2021 USBC Masters. Jesper Svensson, Thomas Larson already on the show. Jesper earning the top seed. Thomas will be number 2 on the FS1 broadcast. The high series here, currently Spencer, after 3 games, would be the number 3 seed. The second highest series would be the 4th seed. The third highest would be the 5th seed. Those two would square off in the opening match, and unfortunately, somehow, after all these games, after all these matches, we are going to say goodbye to one of these competitors after this game.
Rolls the 6 forward. I don't see all 3 of these players being able to pass Spencer, and I don't see him shooting a really low game that would allow it to happen.
I still think, from what you said earlier, it's between Chris and Sam. And it's going to be who figures out 63.
Yeah, certainly shaping up to look like that for now. And Chris going to get a chance to be the first to see if he can figure it out. His last 2 shots on this lane, one went high for a 310, one went light for a 210. See if he can split the difference. Oh, had the footing
Oh.
issue again, but you could tell he was really trying to give that one a little extra so he could keep it tight on line from in, and ball just had enough to tip over the 710.
Nothing but strikes here.
Great start for Jason Sterner. 2 solid strikes.
Sam got the trip 2 last time up on this frame, or on this lane. Back in the 9th frame of game 2.
Oh, trips the
Yowza.
4-6. He liked it. He liked that one.
They have to finish on that lane, folks. Unbelievable. What an event so far.
Ooh. There it is. We've seen Spencer, as these matches have gone on, ball starts to creep high. So what adjustment will he make to get himself to the finish line?
Again, trying to become the youngest player in history to win the Masters.
And Jason Sterner trips the 4. We've seen him carry that hit a number of times over the course of the matches, but none at a bigger time than right now.
See Spencer walking back, giving himself the, all right, it's over. Take a second, regroup.
Really the first sign of adversity for him that he's had to deal with this whole match. He's got 3 of the best players in the world breathing down his neck with strikes. Chris Vi taking advantage of that lane he's got figured out.
64 good. 63 to be determined. I'm curious how many folks have their topography charts out right now.
I've got mine. Oh boy.
Fire through that one, but no wash out there. No count lost.
Well, Sam Cooley getting up on his good lane. See if he can extend to a 3-bagger.
JT, I know you're. Oh, I know you're sitting a little far away from it, but what is going on with the spot there for Spencer?
Yeah, it looks like the pins were spotted a little off. He does have the right to have the pins spotted back to where they were, but I think he feels like this spot actually gives him a better chance to make it. No problem on the spare.
Good cover. Clean frame.
A lot of people don't know that rule. That if a pin does happen to be spotted off spot, you can ask for it to be placed back on spot.
Here we go, JT. Chris Vi, left lane. Got the late trip of the 710 last time up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Perfect.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I don't know if I still don't know if he loved that shot, but it was good enough. Certainly better than the last one.
Do you think Sam moves left into that same zone as Chris here?
I think he does, because I think he threw a good shot last time. Thought it was perfect, and it went a little high. He got a fortunate break to trip the 4-6, but if you like the shot and the ball did that, he's got to move.
Big shot early here for Sam Cooley, trying to dial something in here on lane 63. 5 with 4 in a row. Sterner with 4. Did move in a little bit compared to that last one. Not quite as far left as Chris, but has the best shot on that lane in a while. Fantastic.
Well, you give these players enough shots to figure out what to do on a lane, they're going to figure it out.
Better shot. Oh,
wow.
Running high.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot right here, especially with all these guys striking right behind him.
The 3 other players all within 65 pins of him heading into this game.
Yeah, it's kind of a scary place, because I don't know if he tried to move a little bit on that left lane and missed the head pin, but certainly if he moves, he's going to have to do something to get the ball around the corner, and that just brings 379s into play. And I really think if he can stay clean the rest of this game, he's going to make the show.
What a show. 7 consecutive wins in the elimination bracket. Looking to make it 8. Jason Sterner, folks.
Making pretty shots.
Oh. Similar to Sam in the 3rd.
Whew. Wow, great shot.
I feel it would be equally as quiet in there right now if
With fans?
if we with the fans in there right now. Just I can't remember a more pressure packed elimination matchup in the past couple of years where it just seemed like nothing was settled. It seems like there's always been, one or two guys get ahead. Maybe it's a battle between one or two. This is just phenomenal. These guys have been putting on a show all week here on Bull TV, and one final hurrah.
Great spare shooting technique.
Oh.
Well, they're all lined up except for the guy who's leading. So this could go any which way.
Just unbelievable.
And Chris Vi has exactly what he wants right now. He's got both lanes. He's got a little bit of room.
These guys, JT, there's something else. This is...
Can Jason Sterner make one more great shot? Yes, he can. Well, you talked about if somebody put pressure on Spencer Robarge, how would he react? And this is about as much pressure as you'd ever want. Had a big lead, had a 65-pin lead on the fourth place competitor going into this game. And now all of a sudden, that guy's shooting 270. The guy below him shooting 270. The guy above him shooting 300. And Spencer trying to figure out how to get back on track. Great shot. Sterner stepping up in the seventh frame. Does he have one more?
Oh.
Supersonic messenger. Wow. I'm going to go buy a urethane ball right now, Aaron Smith. That one hit like the space shuttle.
Would you say it crossed the deck in a flash?
It did. And Chris Vi has exactly what he wants right now in terms of ball reaction. Well, can Spencer hang on? Looks like he made a nice move, left a ring 7 on this lane last time up, dead flush on his last shot on 64. Can he keep pace and hold on to this big lead? Great shot.
Wow.
Great shot. Well, he didn't seem to be too scared, Aaron Smith.
Not at all. .234 still out there for Spencer, with the 8th, 9th, and 10th frames to go. If he gets there, he's on the show regardless of what these three gentlemen do. 65 pins ahead of Chris Vi.
Wow. Another great shot by Sam Cooley.
It is fun to see a player kind of take the momentum from that first win and continue it on. We've known how good Sam is, winning the World Cup in 2018. Taking it to the next level at the World Series, and just phenomenal.
Oh, the light mixer.
If we told Chris Vi he was going to go 4 for 4 in his first 4 shots on 63, after the fun he had on that lane in game 2. Sterner looking for 8. Something on site. Seemed to distract him there. Here's the reset. 8th frame. Oh,
Wow. High flush.
give him the heater, Ricky.
Boy, this is good stuff. It's just turned into a strike fest.
And here I was saying Nick Hoagland was going to be so happy about the spare shooting contest we were going to have.
Well, who will blink first? Spencer Robarge, not out of the woods. He could still end up off the show. Needs 215 or better to lock up a spot. But still a lot of work to do to get there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that picked up a skosh earlier. 4-pin.
Well, that gives that lets Spencer breathe just a little bit easier. Now there's 2 players that he can get help from and still make the show, but he's got to throw a few more strikes. His destiny's still in his own hands right now. Oh, the kid makes another great shot. He runs it out.
You can't teach this, JT.
Well, the thing that's impressive is
natural.
he knows when to run it out. He was posting every shot the first couple of games. Now he's running them out.
Playing up to the moment, JT. Still a big strike here for Chris. If he can set up the 9th. Still needs some help from Sam, even if he strikes out.
Boy, this is good stuff. This is high quality bowling. Jason Sterner with the front 8. The high, hard one. He just jammed that in there. And that basically locks up a spot on the show for Jason Sterner.
Even with an open, he's looking into the 690s. The most that Vi can get if he strikes out is 493. But must strike situation for Cooley to stay ahead of Vi here.
Oh, man, what a great shot. Whew. Okay, well, if that's spare, the best Sam Cooley can shoot is 247.
He's 685.
So that means Spencer would need 207 or better to lock up a spot on the show.
Vi can still get to 693 if he punches. So he's going to have a chance to double here in the 10th to get around Cooley.
And this strike for Spencer would put him above a 207 pace. So this is a huge shot. Wow. That keeps Sam alive.
Spencer can still do the work in the 10th, but yes. Spencer would have to double to lock out Sam. And among all this craziness, JT, Jason Sterner has put together the front 9. And up until the 9th one, still was not 100% sure if he was going to potentially make this. That's how crazy this has been. That's how much firepower these guys have brought. Spencer, no problem on the single pin. Spare shooting has been on point throughout this match. This is just ridiculous, folks. Absolutely insane.
Well, Sterner is locked on the show. Even if he were to open here in the 10th, he would be locked. But seeding still at stake here. Obviously, he's got the biggest score potential. If he were to finish this game with 300, he would lock up the number 3 seed.
Going for 10. That's going to need a layoff and no 300.
I think if we would have said you're going to shoot 288 this last game, he probably would have taken it. But, man, what a great run. Front 9. Possible 278 now.
Big shot for Vi. Double gets him on the show. What a game. These guys are out of this world. Jason Sterner, folks, 8 wins in the elimination bracket. He is going to FS1 at the Masters. How many games has this guy bowled today?
I know it's happened before, Aaron, but I sure don't remember the last time. It's a pretty rare feat that you lose your first match and end up making it to the show.
Vi to join him, needs the double. Guarantee
push.
spot. Wow.
Oh, man.
And JT, just for reference, on his 18th game for score today, Jason Sterner started with the front 9. Enjoy it, Jason. 276. Unbelievable. Just 3 pins here for Chris Vi. Gets him into a spot ahead of Sam Cooley. Can max out at 685. Spencer needs a double. How about Chris Vi here in this final game? 277.
Yeah, they don't get any more clutch than that.
708 for Sterner. He will be the number 3 seed on the show. Vi at 691. Robarge can get to 692 to get the spot for seeding in that first match. Don't think he's too concerned about that right now. If he does not double here in the 10th frame, Sam Cooley will have the chance. "18 years old, Spencer Robarge. Junior Team USA. He's found success at every level so far. Junior Gold Champion, USA Bowling National Championship, Storm Youth Championship, PBA Junior National Championship. 2 strikes away from adding a stepladder finals appearance at the U.S. Open to that already impressive resume at such a young age. Uh-oh. Oh,
man.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. What a great break.
I have a feeling Sam's not going to go here, JT.
No, he's not. He's not. Going to take a re-rack and give himself a second to calm his nerves.
We've said you need breaks to find success at the Masters. These 3-game total pinfall matches, you need them. He got one. Can he capitalize on it now? What a moment here, folks. 18 years old, trying to make the show at the U.S. Open. Strike for a chance. Sam Cooley now will have the opportunity.
Well, Aaron, he was losing his ball reaction. made probably his worst shot of the whole match. The first shot got a break, and wasn't able to capitalize with the double. But now it's up to Sam Cooley.
202 for 681. Double and 7 for Sam. The way it worked out, if I needed that second hit in the 10th to get around Spencer as it worked out. What an amazing finish here on Bull TV. Four-pin Spencer is going to advance. Oh. What a shot. What a game by all four of these guys.
Pretty amazing finish there, Aaron.
My
Pretty
goodness.
amazing. Like you said, it's a shame to see any of these guys lose after an amazing performance. You know, we said Sam Cooley was going to be up against it at the beginning based on ball reaction. He bore down. He did a great job finding a ball reaction. He gave himself a chance. He bowled fantastically, but just comes up a couple of pins short.
Final tallies. Jason Sterner, 708. Chris Vai, 691. Spencer Robarge, 681. Sam Cooley eliminated, 674.
That will face Jason Sterner. They will join Thomas Larson and Jesper Svensson as your top 5 for Lars Championship round.
Damon Sirocco with the announcement on site. What a show for tomorrow. Jesper Svensson, the top seed. Thomas Larson, number 2. Jason Sterner, number 3. All the way from the first round of the elimination bracket. Chris Vai, 277 in the last game to become the 4 seed. And 18-year-old Spencer Robarge making the U.S. Open show. Vai and Robarge will be your opening match. The winner will face Sterner. Larson awaiting in the semifinals.
Well,
Svensson
I said the USBC Masters was my favorite tournament. Did anything happen here that would cause anybody to argue with that?
Gonna say no. It's a hard no.
And as soon as we get these photos out of the way, we'll get a couple of these guys up here to talk to them. See what they have to say about this amazing finish. Wow, I'm exhausted, Aaron.
Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. JT. And there we have it, folks. Our 5 stepladder finalists tomorrow. FS1, Fox Sports 1, 2 p.m. Eastern. Jesper Svensson, Thomas Larson, Jason Sterner, Chris Vai, Spencer Robarge. Absolutely ridiculous finale there. Sam Cooley, an opportunity. Great shot, 4-pin.
He bowled great. He bowled absolutely great. You know, just based on ball reaction, he was kind of the odd man out, but man, he hung in there like a champion. He bowled fantastic, but just not quite enough.
JT, you think we'll be able to get any of these guys, or TV responsibilities coming up here?
All he does is make wagers.
Yeah, it looks like TV is taking over. Let's wrap it up. We will have the pregame show tomorrow and get a chance to talk to these guys before. But what a great evening of bowling!
Just unbelievable, JT. That was by far the best 4-player elimination match I have ever seen. Just so incredibly crazy. The storylines are for days. This is just wow. That was just wow, folks. That's why you get on Bowl TV and you watch events across the country, across the year. I got nothing. USBC Masters, baby. That's what it is.
We watched these guys beat their head against the wall for a whole week. And then when it comes down to the very end, it turns into a strike fest. These players just willing their way from a bunch of different angles to the finish line. And it took a 227 average in that match to make it into the show. The guy that was out bowled fantastic.
It was just unbelievable, folks. And as JT mentioned, we will have a pre-game show. So 2 p.m. Eastern is the start time of the TV show. We'll be on at 1 p.m. Eastern here on Bowl TV to get ready for all the excitement on FS1. And then afterwards, after the 2-hour show, we'll be back post-game show as soon as it wraps up. Finally, PTQ for the U.S. Open tomorrow night, I believe 8:30 p.m. Eastern start time for that. We will solidify the field at the USO practice day on Monday before we get into competition on Tuesday, April 6th. So, folks, once again, several ways to watch. If you've already purchased a Masters U.S. Open event ticket, you can watch qualifying. You can watch match play of all of the U.S. Open. If you have a monthly or annual recurring subscription, you're set. If you had a Masters ticket, there'll be a few options. You can pick up a U.S. Open ticket, $8.95, a monthly for $9.95, annual for $79.95. With the monthly for $1 more, not only do you get the U.S. Open, you get the ITC sectionals, a full weekend of bowling, 4 sectionals across the country, and the next 2 events on the PWBA Tour. Check it out. Plus full access to the site. If you're looking long-term, you get everything. The entire PWBA Tour season, 17 more events, Junior Gold, Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic, the Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series, all the way into next year, looking at team trials, starting it all over again. So we certainly hope you check it out. We want to see you here with us at the U.S. Open. We've had an incredible time, and we want to thank you for that. So for the Masters, I can't believe we're here. I can't believe what we just saw. Absolutely stunning, JT. So for that, we are going to go ahead and sign off. We're going to get ready for this excitement. Let's get Chad in here.
Yeah, let's get him.
Let's get Chad in here. We were just getting ready.
Yeah, we got to get Chad in.
We're going to bring Chad Murphy, USBC Executive Director, in for what he just witnessed.
Was that am I on yet? Sorry.
Yeah, you're on.
Was that the craziest shot making? I mean, just shot after shot after shot from Sterner and Vi and Cooley. And then Spencer comes back after, basically being lost, and then bam, bam. I mean, what an incredible final to get us to the show tomorrow. I can't even.
I thought they were tough. I thought they were supposed to be tough.
Yeah.
Everybody shooting 260 the last game.
I was standing back there saying with that extra person, that was a completely different tournament they just bowled. It really was what they were competing on. But, I mean, those guys, just unbelievable finish by everybody involved. You feel bad for Sam, which that spot's always a tough one. But at the same time, I mean, those guys made some incredible shots. Sterner, he just did enough to win all week, but it was usually a smaller score, right? And so in this case, enough to win was a front 8-bagger.
Yeah. And Sam, it looked like us. He was going to be the odd man out the whole way, and he just willed his way to a great performance that last game, and it was kind of sad to see him not be able to make it. Can we change the rules and let 6 people on the show, Chad?
Yeah, well, and I always say that's just the worst spot. But I mean, and again, play that thing over and over again. I'll go back and watch it later because I mean, if I rolled the bucket, other than that, those shots were flush after flush until Sam leaves the ring in 10.
And the 2 ring and 10s, the
and the
Ty
6
left
pin,
and Sam left.
Yeah, the 6 pin just showed fast around the 10.
Yeah, brutal.
It's going to make for a good show tomorrow. Going to make for a great show tomorrow.
Absolutely.
What do we do now? I mean, I heard there was a basketball game going on, but
oh my gosh, yes. I almost forgot. My UCLA Bruins are playing for a chance to play against my son's Baylor Bears.
I got it from a good source over there. Overtime game. Did you DVR it, or are you going to see the?
You can tell me. You can tell me.
Gonzaga on a last-second shot. But anyway,
I'm Sam Cooley.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Tom just told me about it after they got done here because I mean you couldn't walk away. It was so
wow.
I've seen a lot of Masters matches, but wow, what a great finish! I hope you guys enjoyed it.
We did.
It was unbelievable.
We did.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Are you guys like what are you doing now? Are you like closing down the Bowl TV? What's going on here?
Closing it down. We're talking about the pregame tomorrow before the show, then the post game after the show, and then we got the U.S. Open starting right up after that. We got the PTQ that we're covering. There's one more to go after this one.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to it. You guys have done a great job this week. Thanks for everybody watching. What a great way to finish. It's going to be a great show tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks, Chad. We appreciate it. JT, I'm sorry about UCLA.
Yes.
I had
okay. You know what? I had the solace of getting to watch that. So
certainly so.
The Bruins weren't supposed to win. They were an 11 seed. But my son's Baylor Bears are going to take Gonzaga down and redeem the family name.
There we go. All right, JT. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up here now, folks. Once again, just unbelievable what just transpired here on BullTV.com. We know you enjoyed it. It was just wow. That's the Masters and then some for you. So for the entire staff at the National Bowling Stadium, for the USBC staff making the Masters possible this year in a safe environment, just a big thank you to all of them. Of course, to the folks who've been helping us out throughout the course of the week on social media, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram, Kim Richter, Mike Flanagan, Caitlin Nelson for all their help. Mike Flanagan here in the booth this week with the vlog, with so much great stuff. Andrew Salaveria, the marketing team, making sure everyone was working on Bowl TV, getting the news out each and every day about this event. Just phenomenal work by the entire team. JT, you on site, making craziness happen with matches that were miles away from where we were set up. Matt Cannizzaro staying up, burning the midnight oil each and every night to make sure the full recap is ready, letting you know everything that happened in the day. It was just a phenomenal team effort by everybody. So a big thank you to everybody. So for Mike Flanagan, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. Folks, have a great evening. FS1 tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. You're watching it. We're watching it. It's going to be great. Pre-game show, 1 p.m. I'm going to stop yelling. We'll see you guys soon. Remember, Bowl TV, bowling lives here. That was freaking ridiculous.